Not sure if you can hear me. All right. Well, okay. Well, now I can at least talk without it going all crazy echoey. Sorry about that. Of course, right when I go live, it always decides to crash. So, well, that's why we have more than one computer. Um, in the meantime, hold on a sec. While we share this screen instead. Hope everybody's had a blessed solstice. Oh, right here. This is a underrated picture that hopefully is showing, and it is the Devonian molar. You can see the size, human molar compared to the Devonian, Denisonian, Denisovian. I'm not even gonna try. But the fact that it's what, at least 2x, if not 3x times the size. They say that I believe it was like 3, 5, or 7% of this Denisovan genetic that is within the modern human, as well as I believe somewhere between 3, 5, or 7% as well. Neanderthal in most overall, and a couple more, if I'm not mistaken. But the fact that the existed, I believe, the most recent Denisovan um, reading was to around the time of the Younger Dryas, and that is one of humanity's Homo sapiens most closest genetic um, relative, and that it was giant, and that these are clearly giants. And is that wall the find so far is just one tooth? No. About this pheno group of hominids all over, and that it's documented widely within the modern human gene. And thank you, Tranquil Vortex. SOV of Ian. There. CJDV, Chris, my alien Kiwi, and Tranquil Vortex, my Aussie sister. Both of you, I guess it is the longest, second longest night of the year. Right now, pretty dark over there, cold. The tip of going into winter uh, in the southern hemisphere. And I will be doing an episode of several Australian pyramids that I found and got pictures of, as well as New Zealand, and several megalithic sites in New Zealand, and Egyptian sites in Australia with different um, hieroglyphs, petroglyphs, and geoglyphs coming up. And I'm gonna get back off of Bert and Ernie and get back to loading the main program with computer with all the 2,500 photos. muted myself too soon. What I want to show here. You see the top that I'm currently running off is super slow. My second fastest, here we go. Made what we're going to be covering, the Nunavut Pyramid. This is Nunavut, Canada. And shout out to Elkman Ryan, my fellow Canadian brother, that had the original map that we started looking into this yesterday on Shem Jacobs, Tartarian Truth channel there. And myself, this Nunavut island pyramid, and I'm gonna be doing a whole probably 20-minute deep investigation into the Nunavut pyramids here in the island throughout the stream, but also there's several other different. This is the Faroe Islands pyramid, and then there's these two in, as well as Pyramid Lake in Nevada. This is, yes, Pyramid Lake in Nevada with Sphinx and all, and that it's actually shown itself to be quite the step pyramid as the waters have dried in recent years. And that you can clearly see that is a pyramid, no doubt about it. And there is the Sphinx also area. Then we have the border, I believe, of either France and Germany or France and Switzerland or something here. These mountain pyramids, pretty close and similar to the Bosnian pyramids. We have this unburied or still buried Egyptian on the Giza Plateau, fellow missing pyramid. We have the Wyoming Mountain Pyramid, and we have several others. But we're going to be going in depth today. We will also be doing in the look at, like, that is real. That's epic. The Giants, no, this one is Garden of the Giants, or Giants Garden, or Garden of the Giants, I believe, Colorado. Very fascinating place. And the Goblins of Arizona or New Mexico, I believe. And all sorts of Myanmar, Burma, and explaining Faram Foundation's geoglyphs and how geoglyphology works, and that in the center of all of these old cities, they have the geoglyph mapping marked right out with these angles and roads from the central points, and we'll get deep into that. But first off, we're going to be covering this guy right here, the Nunavut pyramids. And sorry, just got to hop back onto the computer. Now, I kid you not, this right here, and how is the sound now? Please let me know in the live chat if you can hear me. Autodidactic ghost. I need to learn how to edit, and other way around. I would, anywho. But this, what I have up, is clearly geopolymer of and megalithic stonework, ancient as the original pyramid builders, the macro terraforming original demigod or master builder giant civilization. The level 2 or level 3 plane wide rendering building, macro terraforming, constructing within their image. Anywho, regardless of that, this right here is the Sphinx of Pyramid Lake in Nevada, USA, and it goes hand in hand with oops. Oh, nah, sorry, wrong way. Oh, there we go. Here's more angles of it. So you can see this giant sphere that was hollow, broken into, and then the Sphinx, the head, and the different, what looks like megalithic conglomerate geopolymer concrete of some sort. Another pyramid mountain in the background. This is actually the island within the lake, and the head of the Sphinx itself. Another image. Usually this is underwater. And here's from now the drying out lakefront beach or land of the lake. This is the first smaller pyramid, that just the tip, and then the second main just speechless. It's a giant step pyramid, just like the rest. That fascinating stuff. I would just wonder what else is beneath. Here is another one in the U.S. Chaco Canyon, of course. Major settlement. And just gonna have some ridiculous exposing old Diet Dazzle, you got it. And that is going to be happening in September. Welcome, Youthful Emergence, Andrew Powers, Ian, Sister Tranquil Vortex, Azaz Shoru. I hope I got that okay. Lapis Philosopherum, Ian, Brother Logan Rothschild, and thank you, Logan Rothschild, for being a member, and all the members at monthly YouTube membership. It is a great way to support a few dollars a month for those that are able and afford to do so. And I do have a bunch of exclusive YouTube members content posts, and a lot more of pictures of my alchemy, the monoatomics, the electrolysis, the electroculture, the real science, all of the experiments. If you want the alchemy, make sure to follow me on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and especially the members section, where I do a lot more of the daily posts and pictures updates of the alchemy real science. Next real science episode coming tonight, episode 40,
with Paranoid American and the regular group, but it's going to be going into the AI imaging and so much more. This was some of the Mandelbrot ones. Let's see here. There we go. The Mandelbrot ones that Thomas made with us originally, as well as with Jeremiah, JP, Exotic Propulsion, myself, and Paranoid American, Thomas, PA, made a bunch of entering in Jeremiah's specific physics and scientific term words in just advanced dimensional physics and propulsion and whatnot. The AI came up with some of these very fascinating different images and dimensional charts. And then when entering in the Mandelbrots and space life, so just some of the ones from past episodes: Paranoid American, myself, The Real Science tonight. Maybe we'll have Certus, who knows if he can make it. But yeah, and look at this. Pyramid Lake, Nevada, USA. Undeniable, and the Sphinx to boot with it. And all right, so these are the goblins, I believe, in Arizona or New Mexico. Some more in, I believe these guys are in Colorado. And this is leftover Titan and giant megalithic catastrophic monuments, and where these are from, the fourth and fifth ages of the sun and humanity and earth. These guys are more likely from the fourth, third, and probably second or first cycles, ages, epochs of giants, titans, whatever existed before, the megafauna, the dinosaurs, the everything, the giant platypus, giant sloths, giant beavers, giant insects, giant reptiles, giant humans. Why not? Giant mastodons, mammoths, giant rhinos, saber-toothed tigers, giant humans, and most likely titans being the very first master builder, demigod gods that then created the land beneath in their shaped it in their image, and created the demigods, or us, beneath them. And they cycled out. Maybe they're still in planes above or in this plane, below or above. The Jack and the Beanstalk, the giants. Just rewatch that. Can't get over how it said them giants are above the land, between heaven and earth, right? That they existed in a realm above us and descended down. Gonna have to do some Sumerian and Babylonian and Book of Enoch readings, Old Testament, take a new look at it all. This is one, I believe, one of the monuments in the Grand Canyon, but it could be anywhere pretty much in Southwest America. Canada Dummy, good to see you. So I get a 50-50 with him. I'd like to see, he's put a lot out there and he's trying, but we'll see what comes of it. And I do have questions for Mr. Greer. I'd love to speak to him sometime. I can attest to the one time I tried the CE5. I did experience a massive, extremely slow, beyond bright, ridiculously, like, just large and slow moving flaming fireball that went across the entire night sky directly between the two stars that I had shone my laser pointer flashed on back and forth while astral projecting myself, my consciousness up through the CE5 thing. And then when I stopped the laser, that this big burning thing happened. And believe what you want. That's something I live with. And I have yet to be in the right environment and point in my life to take it to the next level. And it's like, when you had a first experience like that, why risk not repeating it until you're ready to actually have it repeat in such a way? This is in Siberia. Massive, unexplained mountains of organized megalithic stone. This one called the Nest. And there's similar sites really all over the world. All right. We're getting deep into it here. This guy, Egyptian bead, where was it found again? I think North America. I will be organizing all 5,000 or 4,000 pictures that I've collected and labeled over the last week here. This is from Klaus Donna's collection, into about 10 different organized folders, and then doing specific videos on each topic, including the biogeology, titanology, and giants, pyramids and ley lines and alignments, and another primary water and mines and mountains segment, as well as cathedrals and castles, antiquitech, megaliths and dolmens, and I forget what else. There are very, very many. But look at this, like under the entire Giza Plateau is all of these things. And they say, oh, they're burials. They're buried with all of their things. Well, I think this is perfect evidence of mud flood. What if, this tsunami just buried everything and, everybody died with all of their things? Quite possible. But all of these are not natural. They're just super ancient, super eroded, and been through several rounds of catastrophe. I'm going to play the a bit of the video of myself, Shem, Elkman, and Esra from yesterday, where we Brian brings up the map and we find the pyramids in Nunavut, Canada, and then I'm going to bring up some of the website that we have exploring the articles. Devon Island, the largest uninhabited island in the world. Devon Island also has pyramids and macro structured, terraformed, what looks like artificial mountain ranges, coastal ranges, blockwork, and just terraformed islands, potentially some Nan-Madol in it. Look at the Nunavut. So this is the indigenous Inuit, northwestern native peoples of Canada's languages. That's pretty similar to a few. Wow, like mind blowing. I'm gonna be getting back into this. But yeah, Devon Island, it looks pretty Slavic, actually, very Slavic indeed. Like, it's so Russian, it's ridiculous, aka Tartarian. Oh, wow, that's a monument island as well, if it is an island and not icebergs. But yes, Devon Island is famous for not only being the largest uninhabited island in the world, that nobody lives on it, especially year round, but NASA has set up several training rover missions on Devon Island that also has what looks like megalithic and pyramids. Does it straight up has pyramids? Look at this straight circular, it's very, very beyond suspicious. It is meets the pyramid pre-cataclysmic macro structured blueprints. It's pre-cataclysmic pyramid macro terraforming community, and that there is a lot of information to do with this, and that Hominid, which one did you email me at and when? If I must have missed it, and please just hit resend on it, as I get so many different ridiculous spam from the YouTube and the Rumble and the OdySee and the Tictoc and all the different accounts for each email that emails get lost very quickly, and I try to respond when I get them or star them and respond when I have time. And I've been horrible with that lately this last week, though. I do need to go through my emails, and I apologize to anybody that I'm missing. And Telegram, I have my new phone right here. I'm going to switch over to it this week, before this week is done, before it becomes July, at which point I will finally start doing my Telegram. And I've been using the new tablet more, so I will put Telegram on there and start getting on the Telegram. I'm very sorry. I do have a new TikTok going that is BurnEye at BurnEye369. Almost at 1,000 subscribers. It's only a month old. Devon Island, Canada, with pyramids in it, and NASA rovers, and that Devon Island, they try to claim that, it's just rover testing, and it's just the harsh conditions. And then the conspiracy of Devon Island is that, for all we know, that they were shooting Mars rover footage on Earth off of Devon Island, never actually being in Mars. And if you see all the Mars anomalies of different pyramids and megaliths and stuff and life, if you subscribe to the idea that it is on Devon Island, that would half make sense. But there are also now pyramids on Devon Island, and this brings me to a new idea and suspicion. And we get back to the rumors of both the demigod master builder civilizations, and that if we subscribe to the idea that these pyramids were built by these demigod Nephilim, Anunnaki, Titan, macro engineering, seed designing civilization culture, and that some of these pyramids are tombs, or within them somewhere next to them are tombs, that if they're digging up these potentially buried giants or off-world civilizations, or tombs that come from other realms, lands, or times, is that why, in fact, NASA is there and exploring, and why NASA is all suited up on Devon Island and using rovers, just like they do in Antarctica. So, and the rumors of these pre-Adamite civilizations in Antarctica, all of the famous or important political and religious people all of a sudden going to Antarctica. Shout out to Eric Hecker and his recent disclosure on his time at Antarctica working for, was it Raytheon, I believe? Yeah, a Raytheon contractor, and what he saw there, and it was part of Stephen Greer's disclosure at the DC Washington Press Club. And they're trying to force disclosure. They're releasing it to the public, releasing it to Congress and the Senate that's willing to listen, and any media that's willing to cover it. And this is very suspicious, this Devon Island. Just like, is this what they're actually doing in the summers, going in like uninhabited island, but look, barely no ice, no snow at all light and pyramids, and very, very sus, very, very sus indeed. Why are they going up to this island that supposedly is completely uninhabited? Oh, there's a tent, but that could be a potential buried pyramid. These coast, this red sandstone granite, or red sandstone limestone layers that we see, it's this macro terraform stuff. It's the exact same stuff in Jordan, Petra, in Egypt, in throughout the Midwest, Utah, US, Grand Canyon, throughout Malta, throughout the UK, and Paul Cook and Nikki B's works. And that it also is in these islands, Devon Island, and anywhere that the master builder technology remains, former epoch structures remain, was with that red, white, limestone geopolymer layers. And oh, looky that. That is, look at this. Like, how do you have perfectly structured right angle? Like, this is just nuts. That is canal degree, like, grade. Look at this, right? This is terraformed from the master builder technology, and it also looks just like the Badland national parks everywhere in the world always look like these badlands with these different layers, which could be potentially look more like structured alternating geopolymer or ruined layers, as opposed to natural deposited layers. This is as super sus as we get. It looks macro terraformed, running around with rovers. Why are they doing all these rovers up here? That looks potentially megalithic up there. Like, oh wow, why are you going around in suits? Why what's the biohazard up here? What are you exploring? Is it the land of giants that you're exploring? Like, you didn't build that. These guys didn't build that in their freaking suits. Are you kidding me? They're like generation gosh knows what. But what this does look like is perfectly terraformed, right angles everywhere. And just like what I'm going to show today in Iran, what I'm going to show in Saudi Arabia, what I'm going to show in Afghanistan, what I'm going to show throughout continental US, what I'm going to show everywhere, what we are looking at Devon Island Valley, Canada, in the northernmost islands. It doesn't matter where you go, you get these pre-cataclysmic, macro-structured, terraformed design. Like, look at these. These are more of them crazy walls. What is special about Devon Island? Well, what? How about them massive walls? I say that's pretty special about Devon Island. And how about the pyramids in Devon Island? Yeah, they're definitely pretty special too. Just fascinating, and it really does bring up that idea of Anunnaki or Nephilim, giant titan, demigod, pre-Adamite master civilization builders, right? Like what are these? Data set from Devon Island. That looks like just what is going on in Devon Island? What really is going on in Devon Island? And not just Devon Island. Look at this, another pyramid mountain on Devon Island. They really are. Just blows me mind every time. What is NASA's true purpose? All right. Then we've got this one. More mountain pyramids. Oh my. How long am I frozen for? Ooh. Oh my goodness, I'm back. It's so frustrating, but well, we're still here. Okay, what was I showing? Nature built this. Nature did not build these, and they map out to specific area. Mountains of Tenerife. No, these are the pyramids of Tenerife. This is the Azore Islands. And yeah, this is Tenerife. Shout out Richie 007. And look at that. What is this giant Titan skull carving in the background behind the giant step pyramid? How many do we have to see around the world? Nature does not build these. Also in Tenerife, look at that. Look at that. That is a sphinx. That is a sphinx in Tenerife. Fascinating stuff. There's actual other pyramids that are recognized as built pyramids, more recent human-sized pyramids in the Azores and Tenerife as well. But look, this is the giant guy right here. Like some sort of animal, possibly sphinx. Another monument in the back on there. Just fascinating, fascinating. Everywhere we look, more and more. Where else? Pyramid found. St. Thomas, Jamaica pyramid. All of these, here we go, the Caribbean one. This is the one. Aha. There we go. But back to the Nunavut in Devon Island. As that looks like another pyramid on Devon Island. And that looks like a megalithic Inukshuk on Devon Island. And of course, they'll tell you NASA made the stuff. I guess you guys didn't see that, did you? Oopsies. Share this one. Here we go. And this is what I was looking for all along. We're starting with shout out Olaf the Sverker and the 7,000-year-old Slavic calendar. Olaf, great channel. And yeah, we will play this first.
Hello again, everybody. And today we are going to be talking about the ancient Slavic calendar.
Let me know how the sound is,
Now,
please.
there are many calendar systems in use in the world today, and there are even more if we go further back in time. In the West, we use what is known as the Gregorian calendar, which in 1582 replaced the Julian calendar. And the Julian calendar had been in place since the times of Julius Caesar, and he put that calendar into effect in 46 BC. The Chinese use a different calendar, and on their calendar it is currently the year 4717. And this associates, as we know, a different year with different animals and different elements. The year in which these calendars place us in has a massive degree of variance depending on which one we use. So the Jewish calendar puts the year at 5781, for example, and the Indian calendar places the date exactly 57.6 years ahead of us on our Gregorian calendar. Now, these calendars are more or less fairly well known, and when we think of ancient calendars, we usually think of the Mayan calendar, which, as you know, was supposed to chronicle the end of days in 2012, and I'm sure we know how that went. But in 1944, scientists made the discovery of a far older and a far more accurate calendar, even when compared to our own interpretation of the modern date and time. And the calendar I'm talking about is the Slavic Aryan Vedic calendar, which places the current year at 7,529 from the creation of the Star Temple, from the creation of the world in the Star Temple. Now, the full date as of recording this video, as far as the Slavic Aryan calendar is concerned, the full date is the year 7529 and the 9th summer in the circle of life on the 35th daylet of the month, which is known as Tritanic. This calendar was in use throughout Russia and Eurasia until Peter I, I refuse to call him Peter the Great, had a reform, and he converted the entire country to Christianity, and as such changed the date to be counted from the birth of Christ as opposed to the creation of the world in the Star Temple. Now, there's very little written about this in modern times. However, if you go to Peter the First Wikipedia page, you can see here, in 1699, Peter changed the date of the celebration of the new year from the 1st of September to the 1st of January. Traditionally, years were reckoned from the purported creation of the world, and after Peter's reform, they were counted from the birth of Christ. Thus, in the year 7270 of the old Russian calendar, Peter proclaimed that the Julian calendar was in effect, and the year was 1700. Now, although we knew about the existence of this calendar because of Peter's reform, there was very, very, very little written documents until in the 1940s scientists began the translation of these documents here, the Slavic Aryan Vedas, which were golden tablets that needed translation into Russian. They've still not been translated into English, and as today, only one of them has actually been translated into Russian. Now, as we can see here, there were still some accounts of the true date. In fact, there was a few, despite the censors going about and destroying any evidence of this calendar having ever existed. One of the best ways of controlling a people is to take away their history, and one of the best ways to take away their history is to deny their most significant event, and it's usually a significant event that these calendars start their count from. This extremely complex and accurate calendar requires no adjustment for leap years and runs in perfect cycles. This calendar shows that not only the history of the Slav people extends back far further than what mainstream historians would tell us, including their written language, but also speaks volumes for the development of these people, as any calendar requires the usage of written records and observation of celestial events. For the calendar to have reached the date of 7208 before changing, it shows that the people remained unified for this entire time under one empire, and that the same calendar was used throughout. Here we can see a monument where the date is written as 7162. So you can see that even after this reform, not everybody followed under the new calendar. Now, I am not getting into the etymology of words because I'm sure there is many people that study Latin that would argue with me. However, the name for this calendar as we know it is Calyadi Dar, which when translated means the gift of Kolyada. Kolyada being the person that designed this calendar in the first place. Now, this sounds not only like extremely like the modern day word of calendar, but so do many Indo-European words when looked at from an etymological perspective. And without going into it here, I believe that this gives us a true hint to the root of many of our modern languages today. This is the Nikolsky Cemetery in St. Petersburg, and again you can see the date written, although it's not very clear, 7180. You name a single other race, a single other people, a single other country, nation, whatever you want to call it, empire on the face of this planet that has a history, a written, recorded history stretching back nearly 7,500 years. It's the oldest calendar that exists on the face of this earth, and it makes the Mayan calendar look like a baby. So going back to the date in which this calendar begins, this will require a video in itself, but I kind of just throw it out there without explaining it. The creation of the world in the Star Temple. We must ask ourselves what this means. What event could have been so significant to the people at the time that they began a new calendar? They started a count from that date and stuck with it for over 7,200 years until the calendar, along with their history, was stolen out from underneath them. The creation of the world was nothing. The creation of the world in the Star Temple was nothing more than the conclusion of a millennia-old war and the signing of a peace treaty between the two nations involved. The ancient Slavic Aryan Empire, which we know under its most modern name of Great Tartaria, and Cathay, or ancient Aramea, which we now know as China. This is the Alexander Cemetery in St. Petersburg, and again, if you look closely, if I've not lost it, where are we? There is a date in here somewhere. Okay, I can't see it, I'll show you here. 7,188. So back to the creation of the world and the Star Temple. Asura, the Prince of Rasenya, as it was known at the time, we still speak about Asura today. However, we know him as the Hindu deity Hanuman. He ruled in Belvodai, and Aramean, the ruler of Aramea or ancient China, created peace. That is, they concluded a peace treaty between the Great Race and the Great Dragon, according to which the defeated Arameans built a wall. This wall we know today as the Great Wall of China. The wall at the time, however, was called Kitai, which when translated means key, great, and Tai wall. And this also explains how on all these ancient maps we see China referred to as Kathai or Kithai. It was a high fence or fortress wall. China at the time was known as the Great Wall or the Great Fence. The Kitai Gorod in Moscow, for example, is not named because of any Chinese connection. It's named because of the Great Wall that surrounds it, the High Wall. You can see here there are numerous examples of this day extending further. This is the Orthodox Cemetery in St. Petersburg, again, 7,388. They are putting the date out there. Now, the symbol for this victory, the signing of this peace treaty, is still known today. Like any or most Christian iconography and Christian mythos, it was pinched and stolen for the pagans, pinched and stolen for the people that came before them. And this symbol, the victory over Kathai, is the symbol of St. George. It's a white knight on horseback striking down at a dragon with a spear. This is Arca-sign Hardy's drawn from the 17th century, and what's that in the top left corner but a griffin? And again, I'm sure you all remember the symbol of the Chinese flag. The Chinese animal was a dragon. I'll show you it right now. This right here is the same dragon that St. George struck down. I don't think any of us believe they actually fought a dragon. I think it's far more likely that it was metaphorical, and that metaphor being they struck down. Now these are the Slavic Aryan Vedas that I was talking about, and I have a copy of one of the translations here, but if you don't speak or read Russian, then I can only wish you good luck, because there is no English translation. And like I said, the Russian translation, only part of it has been translated into Russian. But these were discovered in the early 40s and translated in the mid 40s. Just to show you another couple of photos of St. George. This is the Grey Hours book. This is the 14th century, 1400s. And we can see that he is a black knight on white horseback striking down a dragon. A black dragon, which was what the river of the Black Dragon, which was the name of the river that ran through Manchuria back in the day. This is the fresco of Anga Church in Gotland, Sweden, 15th century, and you can see the same image. However, there's clearly something that they wanted to hide in this panel because it has been erased. It's not water damaged. You can see it's quite a specific area that they have deleted, and I wonder why. This is the 4th century, far before any other depiction of St. George appeared, so we know that this story of St. George is not the true one, and this is Horus impaling Set. We have another one of St. George, this time from the 11th century, and this time it is not a dragon that he is impaling, but a person. So again, I think it's quite safe to assume that the story of St. George impaling the dragon and killing it was metaphorical and used to represent the destruction of the Chinese Empire, as the black dragon was the symbol of the Chinese Empire. Again, a Roman carving for the 4th or the 5th century, and this time he is striking down a person. And the same again here in a 10th century carving in a Georgian church. So going by the date of this calendar alone, it is safe to assume that this is the oldest calendar in the history of mankind, and as a result, the oldest empire, because you can't have a calendar without a single unified people following it. You can't have a calendar without written records for that entire time. And again, if there was a new empire, as was shown quite easily when Peter I took over, they changed the calendar in order to destroy the true history of the people. Despite this being the oldest calendar in the history of the world, mainstream historians are eerily quiet about it, and many people in the West didn't even know that this calendar existed. Again, 7,391 they're putting the data there, and it blows my mind to think that there is a written history this far back. Or there was a written history before it was destroyed, because obviously for a calendar to have extended as far as 7,000 years, there needs to be written records, and we do not have what I would say is 7,000 years worth of written records. But again, like I said, the start of any calendar marks an important event in the history of the people that use it. And the first step of destroying and removing any memory of this significant event is to destroy the calendar that the people use, or to deny the existence of that calendar. This shows that Peter I was not a Russian Tsar, he wasn't a Russian ruler, he was nothing more than a conqueror who sought to oppress and cover up the history of the Slavic people, and as such, the oldest empire in the world. This is a book from 1914 called The Chronicles of War, and you can see that even in 1914 they had to still satisfy the people that were using the old calendar system, because 1914 also represents 7,422 from the creation of the world in the Star Temple. Another edition of this book, and again 7,493 they are putting this book out because it was published a year later. This is another gravestone, and that's 1995. So you can see the Orthodox people, or some of them still refer to themselves as Englings, use this calendar to this day. 7,503 they put this date at. This one here is 7,180. And as you can see, there are still a fair few examples of this calendar, or people using this calendar floating about. 7,376. Now this is the...
And sorry, I'm pausing it there for a minute, as I know it sucks how low the volume is with Olaf. And shout out to brother Olaf the Sverker, a fellow half Russian like myself, but he himself speaks a lot more fluently and reads Russian a lot more fluently than I myself ever have. I need to work on it to get anywhere with it. But anywho, and he's also half Scottish, thus the Russian-Scottish accent, which can also be a little bit difficult at times. But once you listen to one or two of his videos, you get the hang of it quite well. And the description for Olaf's channel is in the YouTube and Facebook and all the video descriptions. And yeah, so that's the 7,500-year-old Slavic calendar. Just fascinating stuff. Olaf's channel, absolutely epic. I'm still in touch with Olaf through both email as well as Instagram, and we will have Olaf on at some point in the future. Sadly, he's lost his computer was the main thing, but with how well Streamyard has evolved, and just from a cell phone or something, get him on to talk sometime, hopefully soon. And this is because of the new pictures that we have, or that I've come out here with, the Great Wall of Tartaria, all of those battery star forts going throughout Russia, Siberia, and Ukraine. It was both Olaf the Sverker's video that I first saw it on, as well as, oh my goodness, Colin Gimli's channel as well. The first two that I'd ever seen working on this. And also shout out 13th Monkey Mike, also doing excellent work on all of the Google mapping the different forts, walls, and anomalies of the world. And yeah, I'm going to play this one here for a little bit, and then we will get back into the 2,500 different real photos and what I've got to show, including but not limited to, in Colorado, Giants Garden, or the Giants Garden of the Giants, I think maybe. It just fascinating. It's just like in Montana's megaliths. in giant playground and sage wall there, just like in Siberia's macro megaliths. They're macro megaliths. And what I've found in Alberta, several sites that I'll be going to, including Cypress Hills, Alberta megalithic site, the Mystery Saskatchewan stone megalith stone site. Shout out to Wandering Wolf. I was in his live stream, live chat the other day talking with him. He just did excellent video of that and drone exploration of that site, as well as the Sage Wall, and now a third macro megalithic site in North America, but on the other exact opposite coast of Canada, out in Nova Scotia. And he just did that on-site video and live stream and drone of Nova Scotia megaliths about 2 days ago. And right, okay, I keep getting off topic. Before we get, I promise I will do more Olaf the Sverker and the full wall videos of Olaf here. But first, shout out to Elkman Ryan, aka Lazy, Shem Jacobs, aka Tartarian Truth, and Asra Sarah, aka Mindful Exposures, and what led up to, well, what's leading up to this right here, the discovery of the Nunavut Devon Island Pyramid, as well as several others. Shem Tartarian Truth's been going groundworking on all the mounds and pyramid works in his local area community, and finding the maps and exploring so many sites, just epic, actual, legitimate archaeology on boots on the ground by Shem, as well as Ryan's been doing the same over in Ontario, as well as Esra in Oregon. So we'll play some of this and what led up to it.
River flows through all this too, which also does go all through Hamilton, Niagara Falls, Mississauga. It stops here because they haven't done more research, but this is the line that you and I may have presumed that people traveled up, possibly through here to Chicago or Ohio. But
well,
these are all.
I'm sorry,
We have evidence. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, it's okay. You can go ahead.
We have evidence with the Vikings up in that area, and that they went through the Great Lakes.
I also found evidence recently that the Great Lakes used to be much different than what they are now. So they used to be bigger, and they've moved locations. Some of them used to be connected in different ways.
And a lot of the long houses, and so I'm gonna share two screens really quick. But like, this is the Mastodon and Mammoth findings. So these are big fucking teeth. They're real. They exist. They're all through Ontario. A lot of people don't know about this, but this ties a lot of stuff together, has a lot of connotations. I won't get into it right now, but this is all from University of Waterloo. The other thing I want to show is it's Peterborough petroglyphs. When we talk about like Vikings and Native Canadians and stuff, this is like a real interesting one. I've been in Newfoundland to the Viking, and I've been to a lot of the Indian spots close to me in Ontario, and they resemble the mounds of Ontario resemble to me a lot more like Viking mounds and the longhouses resemble to me a lot more like Viking longhouses than Native Canadians, but we all could have shared the same villages. These are the petroglyphs of Peterborough. Peterborough is a place in Ontario, Canada. It's in a provincial park. These are all there. This is the pole star. I've tattooed myself with lots of these things, and I've tattooed myself with lots of the Hamilton mounds. So I do care about all this stuff. I've done a lot of research on it. And
Well, for your
the
point,
way I found people
really
were buried in Hamilton mounds were more like Vikings, because there's a few of them where it's depicted with their heads shoved up their ass. And there's no way Indians are burying their kin with their heads shoved up their ass.
Well, on
The
your
only
point about the Vikings, real quick, is the Greenland settlement of the Vikings, they completely disappeared. So it's more than likely that these people from Greenland who were Vikings made their way over to America, which they called Vinland, back in the
correct.
late.
And I don't want to get in the whole Vinland whatever, but like it's possibly in Newfoundland, anywhere from Newfoundland down to Florida, whatever. Lots of people say different stuff, but like this is in Peterborough and it's a Viking ship. You find these Viking ship petroglyphs, the exact same ones in the Grand Canyon in Colorado, everywhere. It's got the turtle mounds, it's got everything. All I'm saying is I respect everyone. I know who acknowledges who's there now. But yeah, I've been to all these spots and it's really, really, really interesting. And it's really, really interesting what we can and can't talk about. And I do respect everybody with so much. And I love everybody. And like, no, man, I'm not fucking around. And Canada got fucking canceled for saying, like, I got to be very careful. And I do respect and love everybody. Yeah.
Sarah,
so that's a Peterborough petroglyph.
We went live. You were talking about some petroglyphs before we went live. Did you want to maybe bring some of that stuff up real quick in relation to the?
I was like really quick just to start off by thing. I wanted to share this little research I did. I got interested because we talked about mounds, and I had done a lot of research on mounds previously when I lived in Wisconsin, or just like was really interested in it just because I've always had an interest with Native American. But I was gonna read this like little area. Well, let me pull this so you can't see this part. That there's this area called Tangent, but it's so when I look at the Google Maps, just to explain, they said when I read this, it'll explains there's mounds that were found.
You're right, Joe.
Discombobulated. Let me show you. From all along this Kalapuya River, which there was like a tribe, I think, called the Kalapuya tribe. And I just found out, so that's this river that goes this way, that there's a cave right here with petroglyphs in it that I'm going to go explore because I'm not horribly far from this area. So, nice. Well, I mean, it's a decent trek, but it's worth it. So you can see the river, the very winding river, but this is all farmland now. And there is potentially some I have marked on Google Maps here. But
does that connect to the Mississippi River by any chance?
No, we're pretty far from the Mississippi, and this connects to the Willamette, and the Willamette connects to the Columbia, and so the big river in our state is the Columbia, which is goes through here. You can see I have like a whole thing on forts because I have been to up here and filmed this, and nice. Anyway, so I don't want to get into that because that's a whole.
It sounds interesting though.
Look at this, and then there's a fort at the end of it. It's like, oh,
we could check out. Let's just check out one of them real quick at least, and then you can move on. Unless it's going to distract you too much, but I would love to see at least one of them.
I'm doing a little better these days with the keeping on track with the ADHD. This one I was just kind of looking at, and the one thing I guess I understand because you can view Google Earth in this kind of format, but I look at Google Maps a lot because I can look at the terrain. So a lot of times I'll just like only look at terrain and roll around to see like what anomalies I can find. This is like, look, this is cool. When I first saw this, like, what is that? But this is their sort of format of like it's a ceremony circle. It's not technically a round house if you've heard of those. It's not like a traditional one. This is like where they have a totem in the middle, and then this is like where they have games and ceremonies. Do you know, like with Native Americans, it's like the whole medicine wheel, you know, it's very much about circles. Like they do have the long houses, but they have their sweat houses are usually circular, you know, there's a lot with that. So, but you saw that kind of mount. You saw like when I did this, you know, you can see that kind of, look at how flat it is up here. And I did walk this. I actually have footage of this that I haven't edited. And I walked into the woods over in here too. And I did find some, you know, sometimes it's hard to discern like what was old logging equipment. But there was like a old road system, and you can see there's not much going on. And there's another fort that's supposed to be that you can't access. That's supposed to be right here, and you can see like, look, there's this old abandoned structure probably related to that fort.
Yeah, and so you're what you do on Google Earth is the exact same as me. Instead of like gaming or whatever, when I want to zone out, I just go on Google Earth, and that's how I find everything, what you're doing, and you're finding the exact same shit. And it's always, yo, what's up, crypto? It's always within. They're all. After a while, it's just so easy to find everything. It's so
yeah.
Dude, I'm so bad at Google Earth. It's pathetic how bad I am at it, but I'm trying to get at it.
I don't use Google Earth enough. I definitely use Google Maps like a lot, and then go, why am I not on Google Earth? But I think it's good to do both because you get the different perspectives. But I know you're no joke. Like I deleted like all video games and started because like I just sort of become hyper obsessed about absorbing as much information as I can. So I found if I need to just like dick around, like this is what I do. But yeah, so that's the one. Then there's not a lot of artifacts left in this site. And it was supposedly like used military. It's almost always military. But then you can see like the tribe reclaim the land. So this has always been sacred land. Makes you wonder if this was a mound and they cleared it out. Right. Well, that doesn't really make sense because if you look
if it's not like that perfect circle there is really odd that street follows. Really odd if you scroll back a little bit.
It's flat plateau too. Sorry. Where? Sorry,
that's
over here.
Circle. A little bit more. Scroll.
Over here, this way.
No.
Sorry, this way.
Your bottom left hand corner, right there, underneath your
Oh yeah, in the river. Mm-hmm.
And that's not natural.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good
but
point.
There was a time when there was like nuclear warfare happening, but that looks like a mound or a shape of an eagle or something. Whatever.
And who's not to say like up in here that this is all, you know, unused land, all private, you can't access it because this is, and it's sacred, like, you know, it's said it's tribal. So who's not to say there isn't some more structure in here? I mean, we could look at the terrain view. Like I said, that helps a lot.
There's a perfect, that's an interesting place.
I mean, it's pretty wild in Oregon. Like we still have some of the most remote areas. I go off on these back roads all the time. You won't run into anybody. Hey, Bernie's here.
Yeah, I sent you a link, Bernie. If you end up joining, we're probably gonna be going for, I guess, like maybe 30 more minutes. I'm guessing. I don't know.
So let me I could always like at this point with if you want to get into the fort stuff, but
no, let's get back to the petroglyph.
Sorry, go ahead. Say that again.
Let's get back to the petroglyphs before we get too sidetracked. We'll come back to the forts afterwards, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And I could always do a whole thing because there's a house I found up in this area where it's off site of the actual what was supposed to be the fort. But if you look at their yard, you can see that the way their landscaping is designed, that it's like straight up the battery formation that you get with the star forts. And when it's like I randomly saw that too, and it was like it's somebody's private home, but you can street access it to. So I'm gonna try to get some footage of that. Okay, so anyway, the tangent thing, just to finish on that's the mounds that we were talking about that ran along this river all the way through here. And then I also just mentioned that there's this well-known petroglyph cave that I'm going to be exploring and getting footage of over here. So that was, and there's obviously, you guys can see how much this has been ridiculously heavily farmed, but like, look at that. So let me read this really quick. Tangent is a railroad speak for something like 20 miles of straight track, and tangent is right here, okay? Which is how the rail line runs through this town. The city webpage has interesting comments about the original inhabitants. I quote them here. It is believed that the first people to inhabit the tangent area were the mound builders, whose earthen mounds line the Calapooya River from Albany to Brownsville, which is, I was showing you, here's Albany to Brownsville. When the first settlers arrived in the area, the Calapooya people used canoes as primary means of transport and thrived on rich natural abundance of the area as fishing, hunting, and gathering people. Of course, that would change when the trains came through. So I just thought that was interesting, specifically because they called them the mound builders. So I just wanted to share that. So now let's get on to Heart Mountain, which is one of my favorite places.
Now, the mountain builders thing is interesting because that's what they call the Adena people, which I guess the only reason they even call them the Adena is because some property in Ohio, the guy who owned the property, I can't remember his name right now off the top of my head, he's the one that came up with that name. So it's not even the actual name of the civilization, but they were called the mound builders. Fascinating, but I'm sorry, continue.
No, that's good. And I had not heard that, especially like I was kind of not expecting to find anything in Oregon specifically, just because of our terrain here, even though like Eastern Oregon, which is high desert, has some interesting mound type structures. But anyway, so I had no idea. I had no idea there was a cave there. So that's because I wanted to look that up because you got into the mounds, and I just thought that was fascinating. So we just lost our friend.
No, he'll be back. He'll be back.
All right, cool. Okay, so there's no petroglyphs. Up here, there's something called Petroglyph Lake, which I think, if I remember, is like right here. Yeah. And the other thing is that within this vicinity, there is one of the most famous petroglyphs areas. And it's like tucked back in here. You know, you have to have like 4-wheel drive to get back there. So what I'm getting at is that I'm trying to remember exactly why I ended up seeing this, but somebody had already pointed out a circle, and this is right here. This is Fluke Lake, and this is I'm a rockhound. And so this is a well-known rockhound lake. So I've been through here, and I knew there was petroglyphs in here. And I think I was more or less like trying to mark where I knew where they were because I wanted to go find this other lost lake. So in the process of that, somebody was like, look at this circle. Look at this circle next to this. Oh. This is where there's petroglyphs.
Oh.
And then look at there. And you can see this is worn out. You can see this, the weather has worn this area, from enough precipitation, because this is a high desert, on and off, rain and non-rain. And okay, so then look, it's all over here. So they just showed this. They're like, look at this one circle, and I'll show you. I found so much. And then I started looking at these types of lines because I thought, well, what the hell is this? It's not everywhere. It's not off the cliff sides. So it's not like just straight erosion. It's something to me that was there and then eroded. You can see this was a circle. Look at it. So then let me show you. There's more.
It doesn't look like there's any roads close by either. Is that true?
There is. I'll show you. This is the road. It goes right through the middle of the lake. I actually had a cool experience with this snake. We were driving through here, and the snake freaked out on us. And it was August, it was super hot, but yeah, it goes right through. And I was gonna go actually on a camping trip here, be there already.
That spot.
But and right now it's wetter than normal up there. So this is because this is a lake, this is a bog. So I don't want to be. Well, this is closed. Most of these roads are closed, and you can't. Then it's just you trying to get through mud. But okay, so look, this is interesting. Obviously, this is not the circle. It almost looks like farm like lines, almost, right?
Yeah, it could be
I can
tiered
show you-
farmland.
And I can actually show you evidence not far from these areas of actual farm markings, to just so that you can see the distinguish between the two. This is a refuge. This has been a refuge since 1936. I was trying to do a lot of looking up in preparation. Shem kind of threw this on me. I wasn't quite expecting to do it, but I have been doing some research. So I was trying to find some. I love this area, and I've read a lot of cool history about it. And I was trying to find some of that in preparation for this. So I couldn't find all of it, but I can sort of, off the top of my head, kind of try to explain. So what's weird about this area is like turn of the century, actually take that back, like mid 1800s, the first known woman settler, homesteader in the United States was here. It was actually Fluke. So funny enough, this is Fluke Lake and Fluke Knoll. And I'm not sure if it's still standing, but she has a homestead, an old homestead that's like right, in this area. And so, but prior to that, this is riddled with rock structures all up on this mountain ridge. And like, let me give you, and I'll show you some of my photos. But you can see like, this is a huge, massive ridge. And this is part of altogether the Modoc Plateau is what they'll say, which runs into California. But you can see, look at this huge, tall ridge line.
Yeah.
I found out there's a cave up in here that I had no idea all this time. So that's on the list to go check out when I come back. And this is very remote to go through here. So I'm going to try to do that as well.
So if you explore a cave by yourself, how do you keep track of where you go on the inside of it? Do you tie a rope at the entrance, or do you just go for it?
Just like echolocation. I just like
Echolocation. Amazing. I've been wondering because like there's some caves I found. And I'm like, I don't know if I can go here by myself. I want to have someone standing outside, maybe have like a rope or something just to find my way.
Or by yourself, everything's like a little bit like if I slip, am I fucked?
Totally.
And you're always in the middle of nowhere. There's no one anywhere around these spots.
My biggest thing has been animals. Like that's been my biggest concern. And until recently, because like my two encounters were kind of weird and bizarre, and like they all went like way smoother, and like my nerves and everything after this last one was like, oh, okay, this might become more common. I can handle this. So anyway, but caves, like I get nervous. I mean, don't get me wrong. And this, like, it's taken me a while. I did this lava tubes in Mount St. Helens, and they're really long, and you have no light for miles, and then you get to this one point and you finally get an opening in the cave. But I actually did start to get a little claustrophobic. So, you just wear your spelunking hat and you mindful of the bats.
You're incredibly brave.
Okay, anyway, let me show you. I'm going to stop this really quick and just pull up my photos just to show like the area a little bit. I have some cool shots of some animals.
Nice.
You want me
We
to
love
segue
our
into
animal
a
friends.
important poem?
Yeah.
Bring up the unicorn phone this time.
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, let me get this. There we go.
So Shem really wanted me to do like a lot of Pride Month shit. So I learned a lot about this and unicorns. But if anyone can help us with this one, so this is a cool map. This is a map that I own. My mommy gave it to me. It's got I don't know how to do this. It's got Gog and Magog on it. The giant Gog.
Tell them about the weird poems that are like all throughout it. Like read one of the weird ones.
Yeah, I'll read about unicorns first though, because we're limited time on unicorns. To the zoo. The lion and the unicorn were fighting for the crown. The lion beat the unicorn all around the town. Another interesting one on here is, but for some reason they didn't put it in a nice whited out box. It took me a long time to find it. This one's pretty interesting. Oh, shit.
Bring it closer to your face.
It's not.
Oh, we had it for a second. Yeah, we can see. I can see it better now for sure.
As I was going, I saw a black man on a black horse. They told me he was King Charles I. This is a really interesting map, guys. There's unicorns on it and like a lot of weird shit up here and heraldry and shit. If anyone wants to help me with it or needs to know anything about it, I'll just leave it at that for now.
So the unicorns were the previous dynasty of the ruling family of England before the current people took over, correct? Or is this just some kind of random poem?
I think you're onto something that I think you're 100% onto it with that. I've done a little bit of research on unicorns, and they're in every religion. They do show up in heraldry tons. Actually, they show up in the Canadian heraldry. If you look up, I don't know if it's the Canada coat of arms or the Ontario coat of arms, but you'd think it'd be two horses, but it's a horse and a unicorn. Now, I know the reason for this because I looked it up on the internet, and Canada was formed by a group of dudes from Scotland who really liked the unicorn. But so it goes up in heraldry a lot, and I have like lots of proof of this. I'm looking for it because I have the books in my hand rather than showing you on Instagram because that's lame.
All right, guys, got a question for you real quick before we move on. What's the difference between petroglyphs and hieroglyphs? Hieroglyphs, I think hieroglyphs are just the term that they give for a writing system on a like specifically for Egyptians, but there are hieroglyphs from other cultures as well. But hieroglyphs is like a writing system, and petroglyphs are more of like artistic renditions.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, the definition. I'll look.
All right, sorry, I am pausing it for a minute there. Don't know if people, why Sir Real No Mill, please do not fight, bring the drama. Tranquil Vortex, we know her well. She's a sister of this channel. She's from Australia. She got bars. She can rap. She's into all sorts of epic cool things. She took us on a journey of Australia, the Gold Coast, on Enslaved by Truth channel. It was epic. Of course, and we're for peace-loving people. Anywho, love you all. Don't fight, or you will get timed out, or attack people, I should say. I gotta grab a bite of food, so I'm gonna step back up for a minute and keep letting this play because shout out to Ryan, Sarah, and Shem. This was one hell of a gem of a stream. And just all the petroglyph stuff they're showing. Just so much good stuff being discovered and shown in here, and I join in it shortly, and then we discover the Nunavut pyramids on Devon Island, and I will have a quick bite to eat, get some of my alchemy stuff ready. I will also do a live demonstration outside of the electroculture that we're getting into, and a teaser for the Real Science stream tonight. And back to Shem, Sarah, and Elkman.
Look it up.
Can you share this screen so I don't have to hold this fucking thing in front of you any longer?
Yeah, 1 second.
This says specifically Egyptian. The character used in the system of pictorial writing, particularly that form used on ancient Egyptian monuments. Hieroglyphic symbols may represent the objects that they depict, but usually stand for particular sounds or groups of sounds. It means sacred carving in Greek translation.
Yeah, so
this dude reminiscent of Jesus with his cross there. His name is H.A. is his initials, and He's got a couple of unicorns.
So then they're saying
weird shit. So just look at this so I can take it down.
Egyptian hieroglyphic writing was composed entirely of pictures of the object depicted. Okay, the earliest examples can be read, canonic values, such as the Eskimos and American Indians. So that doesn't make sense. So now they're almost saying like the Eskimos and the Indians also like, because that is picture writing. They told stories through. You guys have seen the newspaper rock, right? In Utah.
No, I don't think I've seen it before.
No?
Oh, you're muted, Shem.
I am.
Not for me or not.
Or is it
Can you hear
me?
me?
Did I fuck up my volume?
I can hear you, Shem. You said, can you hear me?
Yeah, I've never heard of the newspaper.
Shit, hold
rock
on,
in
let me double
Utah.
check. Can everyone hear Shem, or is that me?
I think it's just you that can't hear me, or maybe you can't hear me or lazy.
I can hear all y'all.
Yeah.
Can you not hear me? Oh, no. What's up, Shem?
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I can.
She still can't hear us.
You can hear all three. Oh shit! All right, hold on. I don't know what's going on. I just
Yo.
lost sound.
I'll just be the court jester for now. So, like,
I'll
yo,
be
have
back.
you ever seen any myrrh? Have you all ever seen any myrrh in heraldry? I haven't seen much myrrh in heraldry. Like,
I got it. I accidentally muted my tab. Sorry. Go ahead.
We have never seen the Utah rock.
Yeah,
hieroglyph.
Okay, I could pull it up.
Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now?
Hold on, I was gonna show. So this is Heart Mountain. This is like just to show you the ridge line, like how high it is and how like, it's quite large area, you know. And then you're like, and this is the top of the area, and it's hard to see in these pictures, but there's rock forts, like old rock forts, and that's what they. And I did find Arrowhead and
I'm guessing you walked on top of these too, since you walk
Yeah.
everywhere. You have no fear.
You're like,
go
what
for
are you
it.
doing? I'm like, go to the woods. Oh yeah, and like, see, this is even actually this right here is remnants of it. I'm like on the outer edge of what was one. I'm probably at the top of a part, but these rocks here are very familiar. Like you see them more stacked, you know, like more like walls. They're very dilapidated. There's not much left of it. But yeah, you're up in the see. There's a ridge line with some trees, and that's like the same thing. There was rock wall right in here, right there.
Random
It was
question.
really cool.
Have you seen in the John Levi videos how he shows like the random brick walls all throughout Utah? Have you come across anything like that?
Oh, no, but you know, you have to keep in mind, and I have not done enough of like, oh, you know what? Actually, now that you say that, there are areas that are on my bucket list, and they are remote as hell. And like we could look up pictures, but they're totally. It looks like you're in Utah, and there's vast, you know, like you're talking about wall type rock areas versus like the problem here is everything is so. And this is on the edge of the high desert. This is actually pretty high desert, but I think my theory with a lot of these areas is that you have a ton of coverage of vegetation. There's so much growth, like things grow so fast here because it's like a rainforest in so many different areas. So I feel like a lot of those areas are covered. You know, it's been covered in thick vegetation. This area, I don't know for sure. But anyway, do you want to see? Do you want me to show you the newspaper rock really quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. It's on my bucket list to go see Utah newspaper rock.
His real last name is not Levi, by the way. It's just a screen name. Levi, Lewis.
Yes, Levi.
Yeah, I think it's based on that guy. I think that's why he picked that name.
Really? Not surprised. So there's like
Whole kingdom of Judah is found in Utah.
Do I got a minute to do like a little segue?
And this is like, so this tells like a whole narrative on this rock. Yes, you do. And I see
Okay.
Bigfoot. Look at Bigfoot.
We'll give you another segue. Go for it, and then we'll get into that.
Hey, blast it.
We'll be right back.
What's
I'm
the
just kidding.
segue?
Well, share my screen, please. Shem, share my screen.
Gotcha.
Okay, so like
Gender.
Jesus. Yeah, so for Pride Month, Shem also wanted to talk about Jesus for some reason. I don't fucking know why, but that's what we're doing. So Lejeune, he's a fucking explorer, Jesuit, whatever. So this is a little passage that's been like true to me for a long time, but then my brain got scrambled last night and it fucked it all up for me. And I wonder what y'all think about this. So this was written in 1634. Half of it's cut off because whatever. We've already reported that the Indians. So this is from the Jesuits when they went to Montreal, Canada, and talked to the natives about religion. Okay. So it's already reported that the Indians believe a certain person named Adeptelkhemist, Abraham, created the world, and the one named Mesu, Moses, something that ordered it. Maybe, I don't know. Sorry. I do have these books, but I don't have them with me today. When I questioned the famous sorcerer, the old man who I'm past the winter on the subject, they asked that they know who the first creator of the world, perhaps. But it was not certain. They only spoke of Adeptelkhemist as being so far distant that nothing sure can be known about it. In fact, the word shit, whatever that says in their language, means I relate to the story I'm telling. And to Mesu. Okay, so all I'm saying is in this story, they talk about Abraham, Moses, and someone else that are all in the Bible. Okay. So I'm like, so all along. And then in this shit too, fucking voodoo shit. This book, there's Jesus in here too. He's got another name. It's on my Instagram. You can check it out. Who fucking cares? It's all the same thing, but Jesus was a blood sacrifice to the voodoo people. So in all the religions, every single religion except one that's not a religion, it's a type. I'm not going to talk about it now, but so all the religions, we all found it's the same story. So I'm like, yo, maybe this is fucked up because like Native Canadians are talking to the Jesuits when they arrive here about Abraham, Moses, the Ark, all this shit. So it can't be like too far of a stretch. But then you read these texts and then you realize that the Native Canadians were, or whatever, the Indians were talking to the Jesuits in French. And then you read the text further and they've already traveled to France and come back. So when they're taking the French on the tour of Canada, they've already gone to France and come back because they were taken by another group of people. So all I'm saying is, Jim, a lot of times, and Jesus comes up so many times, and like sometimes I'm not going to speak for anyone else, have thought maybe it's the perfect way, the perfect story to control people. And then I'm like, no. If the Native Canadians were talking about Jesus way back when, before the French were here, then like there might be something to it. The Mormons talk about it.
Well,
the American Indians talk about it. But here's the thing.
I agree that it's probably. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're about to make your main point, and I'm about to interrupt you.
I'm about to make my revelation. So last night I'm sleeping, and I know that these two guys, the sorcerer and the apostate, were taken to France, and they came back, and they're the guys telling this fucking story. So are they not just worried for their lives that they're going to be slaughtered unless they tell the story of the French Catholics as they were told to when they were fucking stolen and taken to France? So that's the thing. I always thought this was like a true story. I've got all the Native American books and the lore and history, but then the first documentation of it is written by the Jesuits from France, who had already stolen these people, taken them to France, and now they're back teaching new French people the history of Jesus from Canada. So I don't know. I think.
What does it say at the bottom there about the flood?
Oh, It's a story of Moses. I don't have the book with me. I've got it at another library. I'll bring it and we'll talk about it next time. I do have this full text, and it's just a story of Moses and Abraham and of like the old Bible. But the names are so close that there's no way that I don't know, whatever. You guys, you can read it for yourself and figure it out. But my brainstorm yesterday is that these people telling these stories had already been to France and been indoctrinated with what they had to say, because they have to insert themselves into the story or they won't exist anymore. So now everything I know is kind of washy, because the beginning of text is always from French Jesuits all through Upper Canada, Lower Canada, America, Mexico, whatever. Any text we have has all been filtered through the Jesuits, and that's all there is to it. So it's all from the 1400s. You may get text from the 1300s if you're lucky in some other language that no one can translate. But
what about the Sumerian text?
I don't know anything about the Sumerian text. Yes.
Okay.
I know what it is. I'm not saying I don't know anything about it, but I don't know anything enough to be commenting on it.
I just know it's like, I mean, unless
I know it's sort of Enki and Enlil and like all that stuff too.
it's supposed to be like the original as far as we know.
Yeah, and I've read the Mahabharata, and that
I have not.
like, even just being able to get that text here in Canada was ridiculous. I had to order it from India. It was published in the USA. I couldn't order it from America to Canada. I had to order it from India, from America to Canada to get the English translation in the 10 books. You can get the picture books. You can get the goofy, like, Precious Moments version of the Mahabharata. You can read the one chapter that everyone talks about that I'm not even going to fucking mention, because it's just taking one chapter out of the whole fucking book. But that's where it's at. That can't even be classified as a religion anymore. The people just have to say it's a belief in a group of people, because they'll be persecuted if they talk about it as a religion. But the only reason for that is because the big three religions called them all black mages and sorcerers, because they believed that God was everything and God was in everything, and that they were everything and one with everything. So if you have that idea in your head that you're everything and you can control everything and you are one with everything and you accept everything as you, it's very difficult to be controlled. And I do believe that's why that has been disappeared and no one can talk about any of that stuff.
Yeah. I've talked to Shem about this, but I'm really into the Shaolin monks.
Yeah.
And the training to go through. And,
I don't give a fuck anymore.
I don't give a fuck anymore.
I don't give a fuck anymore, man. I know so much shit, and it's so disturbing not to be able to share it, and it just sucks. So I'm not dancing around anything.
Just
like,
it's
fucked up.
Okay.
It's fucked up.
I think that you have the ability to share your beliefs completely fine in 2023 without any consequences. But BurnEye, you have about
I hope I do
probably
too.
I think you have like 10 more minutes before we're gonna probably end this. So if you want to show that paper rock real quick, and then maybe we'll show JJ's video, and if BurnEye is not here by then, we're more than likely gonna end this.
Shutting it down. This man, like, he's all business.
Elkman does rule. We love Elkman. Shout out Elkman. Thank you for sharing all that with us. I can't get into my crazy theories about religion right now. I'm working on, or I guess not even religion, just reality compared to what religion is. But
so if anyone wants to have a fucking
even
trip,
about it.
anyone wants a trip out right now, go to that Canadiana.ca and type in poor houses. And they talk about selling cadavers to anyone who wants to buy them from poor people who they will kill for you. It's fun.
Well, that's the interesting
and that's
connection.
Before Canada with Canada. And that's when a certain group who like the unicorns and the horses were making stuff in Parliament. And all this stuff right now is on that Canadiana.ca website. And I don't understand it. Sometimes I think it's like sus. It's super sus. Type in Tartaria on there. Type in anything, and you'll be fucking schooled.
Let me give you
But
some context about the buying the cadavers of stuff and all that. There is ever since the beginning of time, from all the research I've done, which I could be wrong, it seems like there's a group of people who have been in charge of trading and commerce from the very beginning of recorded civilization. They came up with this idea that they could use other people's children as opposed to their own as sacrifices to their god, right? We can call them the Carthaginians for right now. So basically, these people found a way to, instead of using their own children as sacrifices or using other humans, or their own humans for sacrifices, they justified a way of using other people's children or family members as sacrifices to their god. So I mean, that's pretty much as far as I'm going to go with it right now. But it just seems like the same group of people who wears purple, who is in charge of the color purple, who makes purple very important to whatever they're related to. It seems like these same people have been recording history since the beginning of mankind and are still in control to this day.
I want to share one picture with y'all, and then I'll shut up, okay? I just want to back my ass up on this, and then I'll shut the fuck up, and everyone else can present what the fuck they want to present. It's important. It's important because it's going to get taken down, and no one will ever fucking see it again.
So it's important you keep speaking up.
Yeah, but you guys keep going. Okay, right here. This is the full picture. I have close-ups of other pictures of it, but it don't fucking matter. This is the full fucking shit. It's called Elkman Lazy. I don't know how to zoom in on Instagram, okay? But if you guys can see
I don't think you can.
Yeah.
So just type in poorhouses on Canadiana.ca, okay? And this is, here's your fucking star forts, okay? Here's your fucking dead bodies being pulled out of them. It tells you right here what's happening with it. It tells you right here, read all this fucking shit, okay? I don't need to say anything. It's all fucking here. Here's what it's called. Comparison of a medieval poorhouse with a poorhouse from the time of Pugin. Contrast woodcut. Look at it. That's all I gotta say. I don't need to talk about it. But this is the shit that's concerning. This is Canada, man. This is Ontario. This is how shit happened. Thanks, old world. You rule too. I know your research rules too, old world. I know. Thank you. But I'm just going to turn this off for now before I get cut.
Before you get banned forever from YouTube.
No, I'll just get fucking. I'll get shamed. I'll get whatever, man. I'm in Canada. It's weird here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I've asked.
Love you guys. I love everyone. I love y'all. It's been so long. It's been so long. I know I seem like I'm tripping out, but I just want to say thank you, everyone, for watching. It's been a trip for me for the last couple months. I'm so glad to be here. And I don't want to talk anymore because I'll get too excited and take over everything and talk shit. But I love you, and Shem and Sarah the same. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you for sharing.
I'm really glad I got to
talk to you. All right, let's get into this newspaper rock real quick, and then BurnEye, we're gonna have to end this because it's 12:30 and I gotta work super early tomorrow. Shame. No, it's just in Canada. They have stupid laws in Canada where you can't talk about certain shit, or else it's like actually a crime.
Okay, one thing I was trying to look up to was so the circles that I had found, over Google Earth. There's some I think I have a picture of it right here. And see, remember that one feature I showed you in the and I'll go back to it.
The circles
and then the circle. So let me show you that again.
Mon chéri, I'll get pretendian. It's the worst crime in Canada.
Sorry. It's over here. There we go. So you remember that right there? And then like I was talking about how there's areas where it looks like there was lines, and I don't know, you know, what happened here, but here's more circles. So here's a circle, here's this. Now look. And I think this is trying to indicate water. But like, how would they be able to, sorry, that's not what I wanted. How would they be able to see it from that high? Right. So there you go.
Air travel probably goes back way further than what they admit to in mainstream history,
Exactly.
more than likely. But
they were all actually, no, they were superhuman. So they were able to shapeshift into eagles.
Shapeshift into eagles?
Griffins. Griffins, right? Griffins.
That's the first time I've heard that.
I just came out of that one of my ass.
Okay, I was gonna say I've never heard of that before.
You're like, what, for real? Like, shit, who did I bring on my show? Sorry, just
no, I mean, I would be open to the idea of it. I mean
okay, sorry, I thought that was something. Anyway, there's more circles over here too. I found some. Yeah, there we go. What I was trying to see is so like traditionally to show water, it's like a triple circle. Okay, oh, then look at this. So look at this. Look at these lines. Look at these lines. Oh, I hear myself.
Talk to Octagon.
I think it's fine. Okay, so here's a road. This is a road. There we go. And then these are very like straight, right? And there's almost looks like there's a border over here. And then you can see like this looks like there was like a snake type pattern. And then there's some lines again. So I don't know. And then here's the circles.
And there's a star right below that too.
A star, you said?
Yeah,
it
right.
almost looks like a palm tree too, right there.
Yeah, right there. Right. Nope. To the left a little bit.
Yeah, I see it. I see what he's talking about. Right in the middle of the screen, right next to it. Was that your mouse? No. It looks like there's a corner of a star. Yeah, where your mouse is, it looks like it's corner of a star for it, maybe, but.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, look at this. That's what I'm saying. Look at this pattern. Like, what is that?
Superman.
And this is all rock. I think it was used for structure. No, yeah, isn't that rock? I'm pretty sure that's rock. So
I can't tell. I'm bad at Google Earth.
I'm gonna go here. I've been here plenty of times, but I'm gonna go and look for these circles and try to see what I can find out with all this. And I'm gonna try to get a drone before I do it. I don't know exactly how yet, but I'm gonna try to get one. Maybe I'll rent one.
I think you can get one for like $100 if you're not broke like myself and Elkman. We can't afford them.
I am unemployed, so it's a stretch. But
send drones.
Somebody fund our research team. We can all go together.
I
need this time to shout out something before I forget. So, like, I need to shout out the Kitcha-Perini tribe of Ontario. They are the first documented people in what we call Canada today. The first documented people, Kitcha-Perini. Look them up. They're the first documented people in North America, and they're not considered Indians or First Nations. They are among the Six Nations considered, but under the government of Canada, they're in all the documents, and they are not considered Indigenous or native to Canada, even though they're the first people of contact. So I just want to shout out to the Kitcha-Perini tribe of Ontario, because that's some fucking bullshit. And everyone who looks into it will understand why that had happened, which I cannot speak about. But I love y'all people, and I totally understand. Sorry, I just had to do that. I've been wanting to do that for a long time, and it's some fucked up shit. It's really fucked up shit. It's really fucked up shit.
There's a channel on YouTube real quick related
to Canada. It's some like interesting stuff.
There's a channel called APTN News that I found on YouTube that kind of talks about what Elkman's talking about with this undocumented tribe. Sometimes they update with news about these people. So I think they are starting to get a little bit of a voice, at least, thankfully. But
Yeah, and the chief
Yeah,
of
I
that
know
tribe right
Steve.
now is awesome, but she's just cut off every communications possible, which I totally respect her for. She released her total documents of why she did it, and she's genius, but at the same time, it's difficult because when you need to contact these people and like discuss things with them, it's just impossible. But I totally understand why that has happened, and it makes sense to me. But yeah, man, check out the Kitchaparini of Ontario.
shout out to them. All right, Sarah, is this the rock here?
Shout out. Yeah, this is Newspaper Rock. And I was just like circling, like, look at these guys. What is this? Is this Ant-Man, Antler Man? Because they show, they show, you know, look, deer. And then they show this right next to it. And then we got this guy over here with the horns. And there's this guy over here with the horns. And like a baby, a baby one. And there's plenty of deer, and like there's the bighorn sheep. So that's
Weird.
really interesting.
How big is this rock?
Let me show you. There's like a better. It's pretty big. There was like a far away shot. Like this is kind of give you an idea, like the overhang, and then where was that big shot?
Had some of the same stuff as the
Here.
petroglyphs.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, see.
Oh, wow.
There we go. And so, like, what they tell us about this rock is that this was like the stopping spot to leave messages. That's why they call it the Newspaper Rock.
Have they done any? Do you know about any dating work that they've done on these carvings by any chance?
No, but I could probably find that really quickly.
Yeah, let's check that out real quick just to see, because I'm just interested in finding out when they say some of these carvings are from. And then after that, we'll watch JJ Organics video. If you don't mind,
Okay.
can you open that? Can you open that video that I sent in the private chat, Elkman?
Yeah.
Get that ready to go. It's just a short.
Let's see what this is. Is it directions? 15. They're saying the petroglyphs were created by several ancient cultures beginning some 1,500 years ago. What? I don't know
So
why.
multiple different cultures are just decided to contribute to the same graffiti, I guess. Are they calling it graffiti, or what are they calling it?
Petroglyphs. That's weird.
Yeah.
Well, they have weird, like they say these are like close to 10,000 some years old. And this
He's
is
got the
awesome.
chalk in his hand.
This is look at this, and then it's like look deeply incised carvings in basalt.
And
So,
basalt was the same material you were talking about earlier before the stream. Sorry for anyone who, obviously this is a discussion we had beforehand, so they won't know what we're talking about really. But the double tower and those other hexagon, are they octagons or hexagon shaped structures that are making up
they're
the...
hexagon, and the ones that are in Iceland that line rivers and don't display any kind of circular type shape with that exterior. And then
So
we
it's
were
made
just
from the
talking
same
about
material.
like what petrified wood looks like. This is called a limb cast. This is from Oregon. So what happened was the trunk like got hollowed out or petrified from the inside of the trunk, and you can literally see the bark right here. Sorry, there's like a nice where am I? Oh, right here. This is what I want to show. I can get it to focus. Sorry, hopping around. Like right here, you can see there's like a distinct ridge. Like you could pull this bark off.
Yeah.
And this is all like a quartz mixture that created so it mimicked the bark, the inside of the bark, and this is the inside of the tree.
Yeah, it's a
You can see
beautiful
it
piece.
shining.
So that's a piece of petrified wood.
Yes, it's called a limb cast. And I was talking about the soil samples around petrified wood areas and the difference between that and basalt. Because I live in an area with some really unique basalt features. And so, yeah, that's kind of interesting that they're carving out of basalt here.
I wonder if
You
that
always say
contributes
anyone
to
What?
from none of it here, I want to talk about Cape Pyramid. Like, you can't find it on Google Earth. You can only find it on weird maps and maps from the Canadian government. It's called Cape Pyramid. I know where
Interesting.
it is. I can show you where it is on Google Earth. But is anyone from none of it know what I'm talking about and can shed some light? Why is it called Cape Pyramid? I don't want to share the maps I have. So someone please enlighten me. I'll dig them out right now. But if someone knows more than I, please share something about Cape Pyramid, please.
we can maybe I can start investigating into that too in the future. We asked about that a couple of times and no one really knew I was talking about it on a birding stream, but
No, it's a weird one. I'll share all I can in a second.
Where
did
is
you
that
have it?
supposed to be? In Ontario, you said?
No, it's in none of it. I'll show you y'all on a map in a second. I've
Okay.
with proof. I don't share anything unless I have proof, and I do have proof of this, unless it's been scrubbed. But it's not
Scrubbed.
Well, now you make me want to sidetrack and start talking about star forts. There's like so much.
You can show some star forts while he's pulling that up real quick. But yeah,
So yeah, there's like, and this is cool because you can see an aerial view of the batteries here. So, and I do have footage of this, but I'm gonna go back and get better footage. Look at these mounds. Like, I know they're structural. They obviously have bunkers in here. Like, what if they were? Like, and they even call this Fort Stevens Earthworks. I'm sorry, it just makes me laugh.
earthwork.
And where's the battery? There's another one over here. Here we go. And you can see like that structure really clearly. So in Fort Stevens, this is, World War II. So then there's that, okay? This is the jetty. And there's all this history on how they dredged the crap out of the Columbia so that the ships could come through, the real big ships could come through here. And I lived over here for a couple of years. So I worked in there. So I got to, there's a lot of old, like Victorian houses. This is where The Goonies was filmed. That's familiar. And Kindergarten Cop. But it's like the one, like people go here like specifically to go to the Goonie house. It's like the thing. Anyway, that was cool. It was cool to work there. But anyway, so as you can see, the structure, there's a fort over here and a fort over here. So you can see that, and this is a very weird peninsula. This is actually the longest running beach, I think, in the US or something like that. You can drive this whole thing too, like a huge chunk of it actually. And then look at, there's some rich ass mother effer who has a giant lighthouse. It was supposed to be like a resort, but it's just like a giant lighthouse in the middle of this island. What is that? Sorry, that distracted me. ADHD. Okay, where is that house? Oh, is it right here? Yeah, look at how huge it's like a lighthouse. Oh, it won't really it won't really show you the height of it, but it's big. You can kind of see.
Oh, Bernie's here.
Bernie! Okay, good, because I'm done talking.
Can I share one thing really fucking quick, guys?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it was deleted from, sorry, I was on mute and I was fucking tripping out. It has been deleted from my Instagram. So y'all can see this for your fucking selves right now. Canadiana.ca/view/QMMA.0 1002/1. Okay. National Topographic System.
Wait. Share the screen. We can't see it.
Oh, fuck.
Right? I'm like, let's see this.
Fuck.
So
Wait, hang on,
interesting
go on.
now. And
I thought
Huh?
it was shared. I'm tripping out here. It's gonna.
Thanks for joining us, Bernie. Appreciate it. There we go.
I got it separated so I can like see what's going on here. So it's not the Cape Pyramid in the place where Bjork lives. And this is not going to be around for very long. So read this, okay, yo? Cape Pyramid, District of Franklin, those words too.
wow.
And okay, so this is all we get, right? Devon Island. They've got all the legend here, which doesn't really matter because there's not much. Cape Pyramid is right here on Burnett Inlet. Fuck, I'm gonna get smoked. Of Devon Island, Stratton Inlet. This is a nice perfect triangle of Devon Glacier. So I'm gonna stop sharing this, but y'all can see this, okay? Cape Pyramid.
Fascinating as F, and definitely gonna look into that now. Thank you.
Okay, read this, yo. So it's not like some bullshit produced by the Surveys and Mapping Branch, Department of Energy, Mines, Resource, 1985. Okay. Okay.
Does it show the elevation of it by chance?
Yeah. But like, so we get really ripped off here. So this is the map. So this
Just
is
like,
the map.
what the fuck? Why is it so, pardon my swearing, but why is it 90% ocean?
So are you just like I guess what is the
I think there's a
what are you
pyramid
insinuating
around
here?
Yeah, I'm insinuating that there's
You
a
think that there
pyramid
might be
here.
a pyramid around here?
Yeah.
Interesting. Have you looked at this on Google Earth at all, or is it just like a missing
Yeah, I
location?
can show you it on Google Earth, but you cannot find it by searching for any of these words on this map that was published by
Apparently,
CBN
Devil
GOBT.
Island is where they do the Mars and astronaut training.
Oh, I see.
From what
You're
I've
saying
Googled.
that Cape Pyramid is not possible to be searched for.
Correct.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder
I'll
why.
pull it up on Google Earth though. I know where it is on Google Earth, but there's not much to see. But it's
Huntington Beach. Ugh.
it'll take me a couple minutes to find it on here, so I'll let you know when I do.
Okay, so while you do that, I'll just show this
Thanks.
Archaeological Atlas of Ohio, I guess. This is the book we were referring to earlier, where Elkman was saying it cuts off once it gets to Canada, which I guess would make sense since it is an Ohio map. We'll get down to Franklin County if I can remember what page it's on. I think it's around the 60s or the 80s. My computer's very slow, so. basically this book is just documenting different earthworks and mounds all throughout Ohio. It goes by the county, but for some reason, when you see these diagrams on some of these pages that show the earthworks, it doesn't give much detail about it. It just kind of shows them and doesn't really tell where the locations are or anything. Like when we get to Franklin County, you'll see there are a couple of examples that I thought were interesting, but doesn't really give much information about how to find them or anything like that. I think it's on page 63.
They're just like, oh, they did exist, but we probably destroyed them. And if they still exist, you're not allowed to see them.
Yeah, that's how a lot of them are. Although I did take a different route. I was driving down to a city called Grove City, and compare if I can find Franklin County on here compared to the map on here, it did seem like one of these large structures could possibly still exist. I was looking off the highway. I was on 71 South, and I looked to the west of the highway, and there was a giant, which they're going to claim it's a trash dump, but it was, I don't know. I don't know why they need so many trash dumps if it is a trash dump, because they have like 15.
Well, they covered over it, but
It's like quarries, similar thing that, you know, there's like quarries that just sit empty too, but potentially to cover up old artifacts.
I've got the location pulled up on Google Earth.
Okay, just real quick, since I found this, real quick, I'll show. So this is Columbus. This is Franklin County. This is the area of Ohio that I live in. As you can see, it's massive. I'm on the west side of Columbus out here. Anyways, I was driving down this area right here on 71 South the other day. And as you can see, this, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but right under this word that says South Columbus, there's a structure that looks like it has a dome on the top, and there's a red rectangle at the bottom of it. So right off of 71 South, I looked right in this area, and there's a giant structure that they potentially might say is a trash dump. I don't know for sure if they do. I don't know what just happened. Of course, I went to a different page. So I think maybe this structure could still exist, but obviously it's completely gated off. You can't get inside of there because it is a public utility. I'm going to drive down there and see what I can find, but regardless, you see how many mounds there are heading south here on 71, and I've seen a lot of these. They're now golf courses and private property, but on the highway you can kind of look out and see some of these structures that appear to be mounds. But we'll get to Lazy Elkman real quick. Just wanted to share that while we're waiting for him.
Real quick, can you oh, never mind, it's all good.
I'll just be 2 seconds. So this is the area, guys.
I found a picture of it.
You did?
Nice. You want to look at Bernie's? Well, show your thing real quick, and then we'll look at Bernie's picture.
I'm just going to show y'all where the area I think that place is. It's right around here. Right.
There is a well-known star fort, like not crazy far from that area, right?
Yeah, the original Hudson Fort is, but
okay. There's another one.
There, I don't know. It's around here somewhere. This is totally doctored. Whatever. Bernie's found something. It could be any of these. It's really weird. You cannot find it on maps. So all you have is those few little slivers on that map that I just shared, which is the only version of it, which will probably be gone tomorrow. But
tomorrow,
it does look like they bought the fuck out of this place. Like,
Google's just watching everything you do.
Reminiscent of something interesting.
Boom, there it is.
All right, so this is what Bernie found. So how did you find this?
I Googled or DuckDuckGo or no, Googled Devon Island, Canada. That came up, and then I put in pyramid to start it off, and then I went into images, and this motherfucker popped right up.
Whoa, sweet, dude.
That is definitely a pyramid, and like what's crazy is that there's actually what seems to be Oh, am I gonna get? Did I download it?
Probably
it's not
should.
gonna go. Shit, sorry. What looks like
Doesn't exist
Starfordish or
anymore.
like mega terraforming, like these walls and stuff. They go straight back, and it's also straight and angled and shit. It's nuts. And then it looks like there's a couple other pyramids too there. Did I get the picture? Smaller ones. Very, very fascinating.
It would be interesting to see if there's any depictions in old books about this as why they called it Cape Pyramid. So maybe someone drew it when they got there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, because it's Pyramid
Yeah.
Island, or because Cape with the pyramid. But yeah, it looks very Starfordy or more so actually the Grand Canyon-ish and esque, as well as the Siberian ones. The whole area is probably filled with it. Alaska is rumored to be filled with pyramids. I bet they're actually, man.
Well, I saw a video the other day that was talking about how Alaska could have possibly been the North Pole in the past. Like, I was blown away by it. I've never heard that theory before, so I can't really discuss it, but it shocked me. Did you see at the top of this, Elkman, it says Nunavut Pyramid?
Right?
It's got to be it. Good luck finding it on Google Earth.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Good job, Bernie.
For some reason, Google wanted to work. And
All right.
it's also saying that NASA does their training up on this island, and it's the largest uninhabited island in the world.
Yeah, it's Mars. So if you ever seen pictures of Mars, it's called Devon Island or Devil's
With the red filter.
Island. But I never said that. I don't know who fucking told me that. But it's right around there too, and everything happens on there. If you drop the little man on that island, you can see photos of stuff that has happened there before too. It's interesting.
Right?
Was that the only picture that came up when you searched for it?
No, several above the pyramid itself. Yes. Probably a bit of a bitch to get there.
Oh, no doubt.
Just need some sled.
All right, well,
Cool.
ladies and gentlemen, I think we're about ready to end this stream. If you don't mind, real quick, Elkman, though, I do want to check out this short from JJ Organics. It's of Venus, so it's in the private chat. If you don't mind opening that up and just playing it real quick, it's pretty
Happy solstice, everyone.
funny and awesome.
Yes, happy solstice.
Is it the camera, like a cell phone video, or one with a car dashboard?
It's a short. It should be right underneath, or it should be right above the message that says BRB.
Okay.
Hold it down.
Exactly. So when that's up, we'll watch that and we will call it a night because it's getting late. This is an unexpected log stream, but that's what happens when you have a good time, right?
Right? Props on a 2-hour stream. Wish
Shit, I love you guys. I'm so happy to be here. I love y'all, and I'll see you as soon as I
Dude,
can.
this is long overdue, Elkman. We've been trying to do a stream for like a month now.
I know.
See you, Ryan.
I just talked
There.
bullshit. We didn't even get to talk about gay unicorns or gay Jesus or anything. Fuck.
Well, I'm doing a stream here probably in the next hour or two. So if you're still up, feel free to hop on over and talk gay Jesus all you want and all the Banff unicorns in the world.
I was just doing it to get a laugh out of Shem because I like seeing him smile. So whatever, man.
Oh,
I do got lots of good unicorn info.
So JJ, this is it, Venus and the moon, or Venus?
Oh,
yeah, so that's a smiley face apparently on Venus.
Wow.
Pretty crazy. When you watch it on their I can't see it that well on StreamYard, but when you watch it on their YouTube, it's
Yeah, definitely
Pretty-
have to go
pretty
check
did it
interesting.
look that big in the sky right now?
Yeah, Venus is huge. It's like the third largest thing behind the sun and the moon, and brightest as well.
trans.
Oh, thank you for the.
I paused it here, and shout out to JJ Organics as well as Joe Cool, and of course Shem and Elkman and Esra, aka Mindful Exposures. Sarah in the live chat right now. And that in the video here that Shem is showing from the stream we did the other night together of JJ Organics, that's the moon and Venus. And Elkman brought up the fact that apparently any Samsung phone, the AI in it will auto change the moon with a AI generated or a photoshopped, essentially fake, better looking moon, and not the real moon. And then, so this is Venus, and then here JJ is gonna zoom in on the picture, and Venus is going to show a smiley face in it, and it's just like that straight up. It's got to just be the CGI that they're blocking it, and it's hilarious because this what they call Venus. It's at night that it shows. It's the third brightest thing that you can see, and isn't Venus the morning star? Why is it at night? And I've been tracking this thing for over a decade. I call it the Death Star, or Nibiru, aka Planet X. And it's back in 2016, there was the Parade of Planets, where Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, Venus, Mercury were all in alignment in a row in a straight line, all visible at once in the night sky. And then there was also this thing, and it was bigger and brighter than all of them. And it's been getting bigger and brighter and weirder every year since. It's visible all across the world, super bright. I think it's what some people might even mistake as the second moon, or maybe it's reflecting it. Maybe it's a fake sun. Who knows? But yeah, it just goes to show that the smiley face you're about to see in it is just auto-generated. They won't let us actually look at it. And when I looked at it through my analog telescope the other night, I saw some extremely strange things.
Transmuting.
For the lesson.
All rainbows.
Just that in the sky visibly at the moment, it's not usually that big. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see it today.
What they're calling Venus, I don't like. I suspect that it might not be Venus, and I call it the Death Star if it's the same thing that I looked at a couple years ago, which keeps getting bigger and larger each year, and that like Venus was like Venus is the morning star. So what's this giant thing like at night each night? It doesn't make sense.
Oh shit, we gotta share my moon video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's check out the moon. Let's check out that moon video too before we get off.
Look at that smiley face. That's
I love the moon videos.
That's cool.
So it's just showing some plasma, like looking like a sun with a smiley face in it. And that's yeah, just ridiculous. It's got to be auto engineered, especially with it being right next to the moon there. And that Elkman states to check out, especially if you have a Samsung, probably Apple too. And I've noticed that the different star tracker apps over the years have mislabeled this thing. But sometimes they're calling it Saturn, sometimes Jupiter, and then eventually now Venus for the last while. All right. Yeah, I'm going to be getting better equipment for recording high def on my analog epic telescope here pretty soon, and get some real shots of this thing and video of it. What?
Thanks for sharing that, JJ.
Yeah, thank you, JJ. It was an awesome video. Another interesting thing that I came across is there's this book apparently that talks about Saturn being the original sun of the universe. I'm trying to find a copy of it. It's hard to find for some reason. So if I do, maybe I'll make a video about that in the future. If anyone's interested in that type of stuff.
I find that fascinating, the dark sun that they call Saturn number 6 with the ring. It's a strange one, and like that smiley face on there just adds even more mystery, because I've got a short up on my channel called Nibiru Planet X. What the heck is it? Venus. That was supposedly Venus. I didn't get it in focus before the cloud cover came in, and well, it's got to be the moon.
Oh yeah, this is a moon. He has a really nice camera. He takes some awesome videos of the moon. I shared one before on your stream, and I just love looking at the moon. I mean, it's not that crazy. It's just something that's enjoyable to look at.
Tonight would be better. There's no filters on that or anything. That's just a dirty fucking Canada sky.
Yeah, right. The smoke,
and it was like 100 degrees yesterday too. So a lot of atmosphere, but it just looks like horns, man. It's nasty. It's a nasty moon. It's sweet.
It's a Phoenician ship.
Right, that's badass. It's a pizza crust.
Yeah,
It's a slug.
I might go film it right now again and see how it's looking tonight, and then share it with you later.
I'm sad that it's raining. I'm relieved that it's raining right now in Alberta because it's putting the fires out finally. But at the same time, I'm sad because I can't take my telescope out and check out the Death Star / Venus, Nibiru, whatever the F it is, again, and actually get good footage of it, because it's weird. It did some weird things when I looked at it through my telescope last time, and it creeped me out. And I've got a small short of it that shows a little bit, but did even. And I'm going to pause it right there and give everybody watching right now a bonus first time ever seen the full 2 minutes and 40 seconds that I was able to record, momentarily getting this camera in focus through the lens on the telescope. I actually have a double magnifying to increase it even more so analog. This was just the very first lens that I recorded this in, and also that I will be figuring out buying and building some sort of attachment for my new mount for the lens and my new Galaxy 20 that I'm finally freaking hicking up here, and it's gonna be good. But yeah, without further ado, here's what I recorded of the same quote unquote Venus a couple weeks ago. Sorry about my huffing and puffing. It was forest fire polluted. Now I have to point out these are tree branches. It's not something on that Death Star, but you do get a bunch of movement in the background of whatever this Planet X thing is as I try to focus it, and that I was always suspecting and predicting that the especially those Canon cameras with the thousands of digital zoom mixed with some optical get these digital relics and weird distortions because of the pixelation and whatnot. But if indeed I do end up capturing these moving weird distortions in this planet or star, whatever the heck it is, from an analog telescope through my own eyes, that changes everything. And also, so once I have a mount, then it's like I'm not hand trying to focus the angle of the cell phone into the lens, right? Constantly balancing the cell phone camera lens into the telescope lens. The attachment places it perfectly on and then zooms in and focuses through the analog telescopic lens, perfectly giving a full, constant, steady video and focused image, which is going to be absolutely epic. That I should have that up and going by September. There was a comment there that I would be out hiking or at the geoglyphs. It's that I'm still in the process of now this month, after last month, having to help my mom move her out of her old place, get all of her stuff into storage. She's currently staying out of town at my aunt's. But now I have to move my entire garage storage unit of all of my silk screening, but also my clothing and inventory, which is good because I've been needing to get to that, as well as my vending stuff. Just a ridiculous amount of life all over again from a very, very packed double car garage that I was renting into some new storage unit, while simultaneously trying to figure something out to reasonably find a affordable location to set up my silk screen equipment so that I can be printing again. All right, so that was a little bit of a tangent. Where are we here? We are 2 hours and 40 minutes in. Thank you, everybody that is still here today. And we are going over never before seen pyramids. And these pyramids here are different than these ones here, than the Nunavut one here, than Pyramid Lake here, and that is Nevada Pyramid Lake right there again. And there she be, Pyramid Lake, Nevada. Shout out to Analog, the archivist, Ben. Has done a very good episode, both on Nevada ancient history, that he does this state by state, and then a focused video on Pyramid Lake here, and that these are some epic new images of it now that the lake has started to dry up. And also in the photo selection here that I've got showing the Sphinx or Sophia, whichever it turns out to be. Here we have, I believe, the Pyramid of the Moon at Teotihuacan in Mexico City. And we have Nunavut, Devon Island. And this Devon Island Pyramid, shout out to Elkman, aka Ryan the Rocks, my fellow Canadian, putting Ryan Elkman's channel in the live chat. Make sure to subscribe to Elkman, who showed us the map of Devon Island, of this Pyramid Bay or Pyramid. No, what was it? Pyramid Point? No, something. some geography term on Devon Island, and then the fact that whatever NASA does, shout out EBT, Enslaved by Truth, he suspects that the NASA is tasked with going to the Arctic lands, the ice lands, whatever they are, inner Earth, moorland, ice walls, whatever the heck it is, or ancient, demigod builder, pre-Adamite ruins and civilization, whatever it is. I suspect it might be that, and that is why they go to this place, which, let me pull it up again here. Devon Island. Come on. My computer's gonna crash, but it's not. We have faith in it. What is it doing? Come on. And to stream. This. Not that. Stupid. Why do all antiviruses and anti-ad blocks just turn into more ads and viruses? It's quite ridiculous. Okay. Not the mountains of Tenerife. We went over to the pyramids of Tenerife in the Azores. What's special about Devon Island? Let's see. Is this the one that we went through, haven't gone through yet? What the hell? Is this Chat GPT? Why the heck did this happen? But look at this. What is this? Look at Devon Island, where NASA claims to do Mars rover testing. What are these giant walls? Like that how can that be explained? What the heck is that? Where did it go? Are you seeing this? Like pyramids, and I see settlement ruins down there in the corner on top of those walls. That is fascinating. And up there, this is an uninhabited island. Their words. What are all of these big block things up here? Looks like a frickin' rail car train. But no, it can't be. It's uninhabited. Are you seeing this up here? My mind is. It needs to be more investigated, I do believe. All right. We're done with that one. Let's go to more of Devon Island, because why is NASA going in with these biosuits into this pyramid? Freaking uninhabited. The next island, Devon, the largest uninhabited island in the world. Its surface is also so similar to that of the planet Mars that researchers come here to conduct experiments for space travel. Or is it for digging up tens of thousands of year old pre-cataclysm or off-world alien life, or entombed life under these macro terraformed pyramid structures? Like Crocker Bay, shipped to Devon ice cap was when we found, but protruding 1,200 kilometers squared. Highest point on Devon Island. Highest point is 2,000 meters. What? So Devon Island, it has a peak of almost 2 kilometers tall. So this is no small island, and 2 kilometers depth at its steepest. Where we jump in? Oh, Zodiac. Boats, polar bear, lookout, serving chocolate, Zodiac, experience. Where the heck is the information of, the pyramids that they supposedly took pictures of? Reached the other side of the harbor, RCMP outpost and cemetery. Okay, so they have cops and a cemetery on this uninhabited island that also hosts NASA and pyramids and macro terraformed structures with this ancient, like, Slavic / Arabic native language, like Inuit, Tartar, Turkish language. What is this? Like, wow. Hudson Bay whiskey bottles. Look at that. That is megalithic wall. Look at that. Behind this is megalithic structured walls, and then wood and walrus hides. Like, that's mind-blowing too. Surmak Nation. Uninhabited, but apparently not. Okay, never mind, because now they're in inhabited areas. So we are done with this one. And we have 60 people with us right now. Bless you all for being here. Hope everybody is having a very great day. Let's get to some pictures then, as promised. Oops, no, we want this one. There we go. So that's none of it. And if you're wanting none of it, hey, it used to just be the Northwest Territories, but then this Devon Island, they're like, we got pyramids, Trudeau, we want none of it. And, well, ever since then, they've been known as none of it. That looks like pyramids, also on Devon Island. Sus, macro, terraformed. Look at this perfect, very, very sus image of Devon Island. Is that the same one? Looks like it. This one, right? Like, look at that. That is not natural. This is macro terraformed on a unbelievable scale. I don't see it any other way. And why is NASA here, but it's uninhabited? This looks just like Afghanistan to the Grand Canyon to Iran, to everywhere. Here we go. Here's another one of another pyramid there on Devon Island. This looking a lot like the South African pyramids. And also looking a lot like Antarctica. Everybody else. Oh, I thought I had that in a much larger picture. Lame-o. Sorry about that. But yeah, so that's another Devon Island pyramid. And just look at that. Look at this. This is macro terraformed mega structures. Like, this is Star Fort style pyramid, pre-cataclysm macro building. Like, it's terraforming. It can't say it enough. It's everywhere, and I keep stressing it over and over again because I'm going to show you places in Iran, places in India, places across the world that are recognized as human civilized that are identical to this, and you know, it's all coming out. This is none of it. We want all of it. Not none of it no more. Look at this. What do we have here? Is it gonna load for me? Share this tab. Whoa! What do we have there? This guy. And this one. And this one. This one. Just almost so much to like Antarctica, but also the Grand Canyon. Like, what is that one? Come on. No, not gonna let me save this. I don't think. No. HTMLs. Oh yeah, I gotta buy these. I guess good thing I am just showing it instead. Like, look at that. Could be another Sphinx or pyramid. Also, all of this is on Devon Island. All of it on Devon Island. And I suspect, you know, a guardian here. Probably some sort of... Yeah, look at that. Definitely. Former macro structures. And this one. One of the pyramids in the back. Looking like other pyramidal over here. Just mind-blowing things. And they claim uninhabited, only glaciers, yet NASA's there. What is NASA actually doing? And what is being discovered in these lands of pre-time? The time before time, the time before our time, the epoch of giants and giants playgrounds and giant gardens and the class 2, class 3 builders of worlds, technology societies and demigods. Like, oh no, I closed the one that I needed to share most. Darn it. Well, hold on, horses now. This is Devon Island. We are going over.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just Bernie. Hey, Bernie, just like last week, huh?
Weekend at Bernie's.
All right. Weekend at Bernie's. What is Bernie trying to load here? We've got a window. We've got this one right here. This is Baluchistan, Pakistan. So Baluchistan is within Pakistan, and this is the Badlands of Baluchistan. 740 years old, Princess of Hope near Gwandar. That one was called. This is also Pakistan. Look at these pyramid mountains right here. There's just, we've got Baluchistan, former castle forts ruins, looking, pretty much like what's called natural, nature-made everywhere else, but clearly man-made ruins and labeled as such. That looks like a giant head that was probably moved. Also, Baluchistan, I see buried pyramids all over, and buildings, cities, fried cities all over here, buried here. This is in Iran National Park, Afghanistan National Park. And look at how similar this looks to Devon Island, Nunavut. So are we having none of it, or are we in Afghanistan? Because, I can't tell. What is it? Oh, no, that is Nunavut, Pyramid of Devon Island. This is Afghanistan. The Lake National Parks, just unbelievably beautiful. This is Afghanistan as well. And these are official castle ruins, and all throughout Afghanistan, tens of thousands of years old, most likely recognized as 6,000 to 8,000 year old. Here we also have in Iran ruins, but it looks like anywhere else in the world. This is, Afghanistan. This is also Afghanistan. Look at that. Also could be Cappadocia, but I'm pretty sure that is in Iran or Afghanistan. This is Afghanistan International Park. Look at how similar this is to what could easily be the Grand Canyon, what could easily be anywhere in California, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, Mexico itself, what could be in Devon Island or Greenland, Iceland, or Siberia, or Antarctica, or the Andes, or China, but this is Afghanistan specifically, and these are recognized ancient ruins and civilizations. Just, it's all Badlands, plasma catastrophe ruins of previous civilization times. This is Cappadocia, Turkey. Classic Badlands in North America, anywhere around the world. Oh, these fairy chimneys, these mushroom top huts, the Badlands hoodoos, they're known as here in Western Alberta. And yeah, look at that. Cappadocia, they are several story mountain apartments, tens of thousands of years old, with several tens of story deep bunkers below the mountain tops as well in Cappadocia, aka like Darren Kuyu and several of the other ones. It just more and more stuff being found throughout this region. Formerly the Ottoman Empire always fought over, as well as the Templar Empire during the Crusades. And then before that, the Byzantine, the Khazarian, the Etruscan, the Roman, the Greek, everybody throughout this area, throughout history, this was the key of civilization, all the way back to now what's recognized as the Tepes, right close to this Cappadocia region, with the 12,000-year-old. Why can't I think of the name? Something Tepe, something Tepe. Anyways, there's 3 Tepes now. The stone circles in India, or Turkey, right next to the Syrian border. Göbekli Tepe is the main one that they've found and dated to 11,700, right at the Younger Dryas catastrophe. This guy could be India, could be Iran. Just absolutely epic. It's classic Tartarian style as well as giant Titan style. This one is in Pakistan. Unbelievably, it goes for hundreds of kilometers. Look at this right here. This is former Titan. You can see the face right here. The macro terraforming builder, first or second epoch civil grand cycle builder civilizations. Then plasma catastrophe, nuclear catastrophe, whatever the heck, and tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years of erosion, possibly even millions, as these decayed then into the megalithic builders, the Tartarian builders, the Atlantean, Lemurian, and then, more recently, I guess, Tartarian, Moorish, and our present day, still inside the original hollowed out structure temple. And a lot of these, all mounds basically, and pyramids, claim to be burial places of kings, giants, titans, and demigods, right? So lots of them most likely still buried in these places, and why the locals don't expose them to the public to, be destroyed. This is Yemen, pyramid on top, very similar, easily could be anywhere in the United States. Yemen as well. So all of these buildings are dated minimum 1600s, with many of them going back thousands of years, and earliest 400 to 500 years ago. And we will go to one city in Yemen. This is also in Yemen. Look at this macro structure on top. And so like this macro structure would have been the home of giants and titans. Then, we come along 1 or 2 epochs ago and finally start building or re-inhabiting. And here we go again, another angle of it. Look at those Titan giant guardians in the background, and easily more apartments all throughout Yemen. This is every mountain range in Yemen, coast to valley. Everywhere in Yemen is multi-story, ancient, high-density apartments throughout all of Yemen. We're told Yemen is the poorest country in the Middle East, and it is under war, massive, aggressive war by Saudi Arabia, but that essentially was U.S. colonialism against them. Since they made peace with Iran, the war in Yemen is supposedly stopping. But look at this, these just like the Grand Canyon sort of things, but this is in Yemen. And what I want to point out is in the Grand Canyon throughout the Midwest, the US, you will see, and I am about to show, the ruins of the supposed indigenous natives that were unsophisticated, that used to live there, mud brick buildings, but they look all identical to this. They just, like the Mexican, Mayan, Aztec, Navajo, Hopi, any that I'm forgetting, my apologies, but the Four Corners area people, that they're acknowledged to be thousands of years old, and I bet they had these mud brick apartment buildings just like this in Yemen throughout the Americas. And this right here is the walled city of Shiba, Shibam, Yemen, and these buildings are recognized minimum built in the 1600s and 10, 15 story mud brick Yemeni ancient condo towered walled city. This is what everything looked like. This is the Bronx. This is Nevada. This is also Yemen. All of Yemen's mountains are terraced for agriculture, just like South America in the Andes, in Peru, Bolivia, what they're now finding throughout the rainforest of Brazil. Brazil claimed to have no civilization, yet every mountain is terraced, just like Bolivia and Peru, just like South Africa and what all of Michael Tellinger's work, and just like all of Asia, like Korea, China, Laos, Vietnam, all of them, everywhere has this terraced, ancient, macro terraformed structuring and builds. Like, look at this. Look at this. You would think Vietnam or China or no, this is in Yemen. This is Yemen. Some of them still, and Yemen being going through a famine, the worst famine, because of the war. Yet look at this, the agricultural terraced mountains, and oh, do you think I was lying? No, this is Yemen. Look at that. Yemen terraced mountains for ranges, for continents. It's insane. And yet what are they doing? No, they're blowing all of this evidence up, this ancient life of look at this, apartment buildings that are hundreds, if not thousands of years old, and tens of thousands of year old ancient agricultural terraced macro structured lands throughout the inside of Yemen. This is all Yemen. And it just goes on forever. This is what the whole world used to look like. And what, like, peace be to Yemen, and may the peace hold and be settled and the war in Yemen end, and that these mountain terraces of potential food growth be planted and turned back into mountains of endless fruits and olives and grapes, and it's senseless death. And look at these macro structures on the top, terrace. That's why they're all pyramid step mountain, terraced ancient places. And these are the cities of the mountains, the cities of the clouds, because they do exist in the clouds, when above the clouds when it's raining, and they're real places. Look at this. This is on top of mountains in Yemen. Ancient as all heck, star forts on top of ancient cities, Citadel City, apartment complexes in Yemen. And we are told that it is just poor and death and nothing. And look, it has been turned into desert. These ancient macro terraformed mountains of agricultural plots. I see it is planted potentially, but just, it's been destroyed and ruined. But they survived for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years up here, throughout in harmony, and only now we attack them and wage war on them, and may peace be upon them and no more war. The history needs to be developed and come out, and like, this could easily be in Texas, New Mexico, or the Grand Canyon, but no, it is in Yemen. And these are old photos. The tragedy could be that recent, modern day pictures of these places could look like the Grand Canyon, where it's just in ruins because they've been bombed out. Hopefully that is not the case. Hopefully these ancient, epic cities remain intact and are still there and inhabited today, and that the mountainsides of agricultural land be planted and reutilized. Look at this. Just absolutely take a moment to truly look at this. This is on top of a mountain peak. Look at this, on top of mountain range with these 4 5-story ancient apartment buildings that are at least 400, probably in the thousands of years old, and completely agricultural macro terraformed terraces down them. Like, wow. Like, wow. And look at over here. Oh, that's all. Terrace by terrace. Step mountain pyramids built from the ground up. See, and look at this. This would just be written off as naturally formed. Oh, it's just pareidolia. No. This is fully acknowledged and shown, before the sanitary fair came by and plugged all of these holes with plaster. No, this is remnants of previous civilizations before our time. The land of the giants. Why did little man have to build all of these giant walls and castles? Was it to keep out the giants, or was it the giants trying to keep out the little drone slaves gone wrong? Well, who knows? One or the other. But look at this. Yemen again. And forests of palm trees. And then this mud brick ancient civilization of... So you can see the new buildings. That's new. And like what reconstruction, the new stuff. But all the foundations, the majority of all the main floors are all ancient and old. Look, right? Like you can see what's new and everything that is original. And can't miss. There's the Titan right there. We've got the Titan on the side and on the back. And you got megalithic construction, Tartarian, Moorish. Right, so you have the master builder, original previous civilization, then the demigod giants, megalithic, then Moorish Tartarian, and then modern us, the greatest that have ever been. YOLO. YOLO, that's all we can do. Right, look at this. Star Fort on top of a completely terraced mountain, step pyramid mountain yet again, and all the way through. So Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and China, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, they're all like this, all the way down to South Africa, all the way to the Andes. Everywhere we go, it's like this. Turkey as well. Look at this. We got apartments all the way up to here. Oh, we got a face right there. We got, a couple of the Guardian Titans, and then castle walls. Look at that. Those are former Guardian Titans and the Moorish Barbarian. Look at that. Those are all former. You can always see the faces and the giants. whether they're biogeology, flash fossilized, more likely, I believe, carved as relics or terraformed from the master builders. Look at this. Like, how? Where did all of it come from? Where was the industry to build this? The engineering. It's the master builder races and demigod languages, pictographic, hieroglyphic, godly knowledge and script and symbology language, higher dimensional language. Look at this. This is ancient. This isn't new. This is all ancient. There's been building embargoes and like shipping embargoes on Yemen for decades, right? Like this is all ancient stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 stories right there. You got 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, what was this? Who built this? Where did it go? And what they tell us is just not so. Literally on the foundations and ruins of giants and titans. It's all a macroscaped, shaped, built world. Like, look at this massive thing that's hundreds, if not thousands of years old. This is recognized as at least 400 or 500 years old, more likely in the thousands. Shibam City, Yemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15-story buildings. 15-story buildings from minimum recognized 1600s. They were constructed, but most likely much older than that. Oh, this is the ancient hydraulic systems of the cities of like Iraq, Musra, and also in Iran. Was it Tehran? No. Some of the most ancient cities in the world have these in the Middle East have these crazy underground aquifer plumbing things. They're more advanced water systems than what we have in our urban days. And that's the thing. Look at this. So this is a battery star fort, classic star fort, walled city. This might be Shibam. I'm not sure. It could be a different one. I think it is a different one, actually. But in Yemen, and look at that high population density, concentration. These buildings were built at least 400 to 500 years ago, minimum recognized, most likely way more ancient than that, but still to this day lived in, occupied, presently nonstop occupation, and that they are sanitary, healthy, fine living. And they claimed that there was no power, no plumbing, no water. No, this is real. This is actually real. I'm not kidding you. This is all real. It's in Yemen. It all exists. Some of these are also in Iran and in Afghanistan. That's why they're blowing up why they're putting wars on it. Look, this is it. This is And look at the ruins, all the ancient ruins all behind it, like what used to exist even more so. And I believe this is flooded. No, this is just desert, or yeah, desert outside of it. Outside the wall city, more. And yeah, this is Yemen, the poorest Middle Eastern country, and population going through hunger strikes, even though, look at this, this is Yemen. How are these people starving? It is ridiculous that we are funding a war and arming a war against them and instigating the war against them. And look at this ancient water source in one of these Yemen mountain cities, and that it looks just like the Andes ones, and in Peru, Bolivia, these terraces, agricultural terraces. It's called Badlands. This is Afghanistan. This is the famous Buddha statue that was blown up by the Taliban. But, oh wow, look at this massive, 20, 30 story apartment complex, cave mountain city behind it. Yeah, more likely NATO blew that up trying to get at some of the Taliban, is my guess. Like, oh, that's what's gone now. But I'll show some pictures that in the Buddha itself, there was several apartments of people living in it. And look at this, the entire mountain. It's underground caves. That's why bunker busters couldn't get bin Laden, because no, the entire area is mountain cities. So are people starting to understand now, from Afghanistan to Iran to Syria to Turkey, the whole world through, it is mountain cave cities, and Yemen, China, Tibet. So up here you can see that there's rooms in there's room in there, entrance there, and one below them as well. Yeah, you can see here up in there that people were, and there's rooms everywhere. This is 60s. The 60s Soviet Union fashion show in front of the Buddhist Afghan ancient carving relief. So while the Soviets occupied Afghanistan, the Soviets held a respectable fashion show, women fully clothed with headscarf, in front of the Afghani, supposedly Buddhist. Like, is he even Buddhist? Who knows? But see, look at this. They live up in here. These are rooms. Those are passageways. These are windows. Like, it's huge. And I think a bunker buster was used on this bad boy more than the Taliban blowing it up. Because, is this a bunch of weapons back here that NATO blew up, and that's what destroyed this mega freaking 20-story apartment building that the Taliban were living in? Because seriously, I think that's what they did. That looks kind of pyramid-y. But, a guardian. A pyramid mountain with a bigger pyramid mountain behind it? I think so. All right, we have Afghan macro terraformed lakes national park here. Once again, the Afghanistan. Look at these apartments, condo, cave mountains. Like, this is all inhabited, all throughout here, all ancient built stuff. This is maybe Egypt, maybe somewhere else. I forget. I'm gonna have to check. That's Afghanistan. Afghanistan. Oh, look, giant cave undergoing in. This is the top of his cave mountain home. Oh, ventilation. Yes. All of this is inhabited. Every single cave or mountain is filled with cave cities and inhabited. Look, from one side of the valley cave looking into the other side of all of the cave cities. Oh, more guardians. More ancient macro terraforming. Macro terraforming. Like, where in the world could this be? Anywhere. It's built realm wide. And me and Dutch Sense will be doing a full episode breaking down the star forting on the master builder race technology civilization, pre-cataclysm titans and giants. Because look at this. These recognized as thousands of years old, and still inhabited today. And you can see back here, all throughout here, it's a giant mountain cities. It's insane how large it is and how old it is. And that these are the areas they are waging war on, yet can't conquer. So 90-degree angle on that last reservoir. Like, look at this. Ancient macro terraformed, realm-wide civilizations. Look, terrace, boom, 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 rectangle, down, 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 down. This is the Middle Earth that J.R.R. Tolkien was talking about. The land of elves, dwarves, giants, and orcs and goblins maybe, but now it's all humans. We've taken over. But is it any surprise look at this, a guardian right there, a guardian right there, going into another ancient freaking valley crevasse city, underground city. Oh, macro starfort, bastion starforts, terraced mountainsides, 90-degree angles everywhere. This is in Afghanistan. Super ancient, crazy tower along the river. Pyramid, I believe. Where is this? I don't know. Pyramid Mountain. Pyramid Mountain. This is a pyramid mountain on the Giza Plateau that they're trying to claim as volcano, but in fact is definitely just what they like to say a mound. But no, that is a pyramid that needs to be excavated without a shadow of a doubt. This is here again, and it is 1000% a step pyramid with the ancient building. It's just so large that it's so large and so game-changing and macro in size and scale that if they were to excavate it, it would completely rewrite history, and there's probably a giant buried below it. This is in, I believe, Wyoming, another pyramid mountain, straight up stacked pyramid mountain. Megalithic. We've got this one from Antarctica. This one from Antarctica. This one from Antarctica. This one from Antarctica. Not sure where that one's from. buried top of one. This one, I believe, is Europe or Alaska. That one is from Antarctica. These ones are in Siberia. These two, I believe, are Siberian. This one, I believe, is in Alaska. The U.S. China. I don't know which one that one is. Look at all of them. They're everywhere. They're literally everywhere. And no, it's not pareidolia. This is the master builder race and first epoch Titan giants that built our realm, that probably inhabit below the mountains, and they're all the way up in Devon Island, frickin' Canada, man. Frickin' Canada. Here we go. Devon Island again. Look at this. This is Egypt. Look. Egypt. Recognized, undeniable brick eroding step pyramid in Egypt. Looking pretty close to these things. Oop. Like that looks cleaner. More megalithic, more ancient, more quality. Look at that one. That one looks identical to the one in Pyramid Lake, Nevada. Look at that beauty. Just in ruin in Uzbekistan or Iran or something. Everywhere around the realm. Look at this. Nature doesn't make these. And by the way, this pyramid here, that one is on a completely different part of the world than these two. Completely different ones. Here we go. Pyramid Island, Nevada. How similar does that look to what you just saw in Giza? Interesting. Oh, more cave dwellings. Apartment dwelling caves. Digging out ancient ruins. Petrified trees. Balanced rock. Here we go. Rocky Mountain scenery. What's this one actually called? Giants what now? Like, look at this. This is Titan macro megaliths. This is all in Colorado and Montana. Look at the face that used to be there. Look at this. What? That's an upside down face right there. What is this over here? Where is the... Wait, this is in Colorado? What the... This place needs to be found. That was a Titan and a half. Look at this freaking pyramid being... should be getting dug up and researched. Look at this cave in there too. Look at all these under mountain bunkers. Ancient cities in the mountains. That's where the gold rush was. See, look at this. This is America. Well, that looks pretty similar to Yemen, only bombed out. You know, what were they digging out here? What were they finding these rooms? That's St. Petersburg, I guess, but that's Colorado. That's Colorado. That's Colorado. That is in Israel. That's Israel. 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 Colorado. Look at that. That's a Sphinx head, probably. Look at that massive Titan tree. Titan tree. Pyramid there. Look at the holes. Oh man, this is like Cappadocia back in the day. Look at the star. So look at this. There's the carved stairs and everything into this giant balancing rock in Colorado. Look, two of them. I see a face on some of the angles of this thing. Right there, I see it a bit. And right there, I see it a bit. Right angle. From the right direction, you definitely get it. Another pyramid in a lake. Oh, look at how deep the Moai go in Easter Island. And look at the macro, megalithic, geopolymer, polygonal, interlocking megalithic work that is going on here. Like that is from the giant builders, from the original builders that could terraform worlds. Pyramid behind, step pyramid. Look at it. Look at this step pyramid coming out. Or, sorry, bastion pyramid. We got pyramid mountain separating France and Germany or Switzerland or something. Square, square, square. Yeah, right. Like, look at all of this stuff. The world is not what they tell us. And it's everywhere. Pyramid Lake, Nevada. This, well, looks like it could be Yemen, but no, that supposedly South America, or the U.S. This is the U.S. Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona. This one somewhere further up. Nebraska, maybe. Oh. Look at this guy, Titan, right there. Parks Ranger watching you, making sure you don't see, oh, what is this over here? This giant castle. What's this giant structure over here? Structure. Park Ranger, and you're not allowed to have your drones, and they're gonna frickin' chase you away with an Apache helicopter. At least that's what they did to Rex Bear. Shout out, brother Rex Bear, but that's the facts, people. These macro structures are hidden in our faces. Boom. Temple of Isis. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Giant gaping entrance. Oh, look at all these other carved out entrances and apartments in it. Oh, wait. No, they went in and sealed it all up. Wonder why they did that. Like, look at these. And now just imagine when the water was up to a higher level and these were lake cities that you could just take your boat, go from one to another. Look at this. Guardian right there. Guardian right there. Probably there. Look at this geopolymer frickin' brickwork. Pyramid Mountain again. Probably like perfect solstices and equinox alignments. And the equinox, I bet it's right on top, both the sun and the moon. Pyramid Mountain, Nevada. Pyramid Mountain, or Pyramid Lake, sorry, Nevada. Pyramid Lake, Nevada. Pyramid Lake. That's the Pyramid Lake with the pyramid. Oh, Arches National Park. These are not natural. These are like, that's a stone ruin of a giant's house. Like, these are the doors of giants. You're living in their former bombed out houses. Look at them. These are guardians. Look, that's a person in person. Like, it's just, these are called the goblins. Oh, yeah. No, these are melted castles, melted ruins, melted homes, destroyed ancient places. Lovelock Cave, where giants were found, bones of giants found in Lovelock Cave, documented by the natives. Alrighty, so we are going to stop that for a moment, and we are going to play a bit of the Star Forts by... Actually, first, let's show a little bit more here. Hope everybody is having a very blessed day. Some definitely look melted, right? Like plasma catastrophe, vitrified, right? When superheats, overheated, melted, chemical reactions. Like there's all sorts of either nuked or plasma catastrophe, as well as fire and like ice, erosion, water, all sort, everything over tens of thousands of years. All right, so historical, UNESCO, and the engineering water systems of this ancient city, that it's still mind-boggling today. They can't believe it. This is a horrible... Not zooming in, but look at this. This is like a 6,000 or 7,000 year old city still inhabited today in Iran or something. But like Iraq is just like this too, all throughout the Fertile Crescent that is Mesomerian, Babylon, whatever. The whole area. What else shall we looky and show so much of? Stairway to Heaven, yeah. Oh God, turn the music off. But everything is macro constructed. It's undeniable at this point, I think. Here is in Iran, Hormozogan in Iran. I see a guardian face and a guardian. Guardian right there. I call them guardians. Oh, shoot, blocking it. But anyway. And there's just these hidden places everywhere throughout there. Look at that, same sort of angles and builds as what Paul Cook finds in the Maltese star forts, and all the macro construction that he's finding throughout Malta and the UK. It's worldwide, everywhere, and they hide these places because they don't want them destroyed, and no wonder they do, because there's some evil forces in the West that has hijacked it. Those are not natural. This is ancient macroformed nuttiness. So look at this. This is Utah. Look at that. Look at those guardians over there. Look at the red, quote unquote, sandstone and limestone. No, this is identical to what we're seeing everywhere else. Macro, terraformed, ancient, pre-cataclysm, giant Titan building. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to close that one, did it? Okay, here we go. This is it, the Nazca lines of Russia, geoglyphs and whatnot in Siberia. So just like they're in Montana and Alberta on a large scale all over the world, here are some in Siberia. So we've found geoglyphs terraformed throughout Siberia now and throughout Alberta, Montana, of course, Nazca, Peru, Bolivia, realm-wide, basically. Okie dokie. Now we shall play some more of Olaf the Sverker's Great Wall of Star Forts, Great Wall of Tartaria find, and it's pretty epic. And I'm going to be getting some of the alchemy, electrolysis, monoatomics, and everything else here ready and going while we play the Olaf videos. And shout out to Olaf the Sverker for his finds, so much epic research and Tartarian real discovery of Olaf Sverker, starting earlier with his 7,500-year-old Slavic calendar research. And it's not working on there, so I'm going to see if I can get it working on the other computer. Sorry for the delay. It's so slow. Sorry. This world does not suck eggs. It's bacon and eggs. And pancakes and toast and everything else you want to make of it. And that all it takes is putting your mind to making a day of discovery. We're going to be discovering the Medicine Hat Badlands on site soon, and the Drumheller Badlands Pyramids, and this site here. You know, this guy here, and this guy here, throughout this entire valley here. Go and get the geoglyphs, the warrior, the other warriors. We're all warriors, fighting for truth and our real history. What was going on? Why are they covering up? Why are they covering up the caves and the entrances? What the bloody F? Huh? Don't make no sense, man. Don't make no sense. Alright, is Twitter working for me now? Guess I can close a whole bunch of these alchemy photos of Devon Island, and right? So what is everybody's thoughts on Devon Island? I'd love in the chat, please let me know. The Nunavut Pyramid Island, Devon Island, why is NASA up there? And is it to be excavating out of these pyramids, the original pre-Adamite, pre-cataclysm, giants and Titan master builders and exposing, the biological chemical suits because they don't want to contaminate, just like in what's supposedly Antarctica, these different regions, and the megafauna that they dig up in Siberia and northern Canada, Alaska, and none of it and the rest of it. None of it and the rest of it. Love that. Okay. Elon Musk, shout out to you, bud. Hope you frickin' Zucky the fucky frickin' he's not the Rothschild, no, the Rockefeller. Isn't he a Rockefeller or something? I don't know. Fuck. F him. We're back to Twitter. That's why I brought up Elon. It's a Musk, not a Tesla, if he was honest. But hey, Tesla would sell better than a Musk any day. We're back to Olaf.
Fifth time I've tried to start this video. What I plan to do today is I've loaded up my Google Earth account. I've got all my points of interest I've marked on this map here, and I'm going to use this as an attempt to freestyle a wee bit of content and see if I can maybe work up the bottle to eventually do a live broadcast. So I'm going to stick to firmly to the territory what we knew as Tartaria, and as you can see, there is quite clearly Star Fortresses, defensive structures, fortifications, cray posts, earthen ramparts that make up defensive lines throughout this area. And some of them are really obvious. And what I thought the day was I would just take a look at these ones here. And I'd go through all of these points that I found and give you guys a wee peek. If you get a kick out of this, if you guys enjoy this, let me know and we can go through and we will look at every single point that I have plotted on this map. And I think the location of some of these star forts, or the absence of the star forts, paints a fairly important story in itself. But before we get started, I just wanted to say thank you everybody who's these videos, subscribe to this channel. I didn't think for 1 second anybody else would. I was just trying something different. As a fairly unsocial person, I'm not too. Put myself out there is not something I've done often. And you guys have made me feel like it was a good decision. So I just wanted to say thank you. And so the very first point on this was Serang's Star Fortress. Now, what we are seeing today is not that spectacular to look at. You can almost just about make out the outlines of where the original fort stood. But what does it say? So, Serang's Mountain, this was an engraving by Mahiev in the 1780s. The capital in Mordovia on the bank of the Insar River. It was founded in 1641 as a fortress, and in 1670 the Serang's fortress was besieged and taken by detachments of Stepan Razin, after which Serang's became one of the strongholds of the Razin people. Pugachev entered the
They're
city with his
gonna
army
fight
and
in
attempted
Vegas,
to
apparently.
take it over in what is known as the Pugachev Rebellion. The Pugachev Rebellion, I believe, being one of the most important points in the history of the Empire of Tartaria. And next up on this, we are going to look at this right here. And I don't know about you, but you can clearly see the remains of a giant ancient star fort, which has they've made every attempt to cover this up and hide it in modern times. How such vast structures could be hidden so well is beyond me, but they clearly put quite a lot of effort into covering up all these star forts over the entirety of the globe.
I paused it here for a moment just to take a little look back at the actual size of this Bastion Star Fort. Like, it's huge. And these are everywhere. Like, it's just, this is nuts. Look at it compared to these acreages. 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 or 5 acreage farms in length, each one. Like, that's, it could fit, yes, a couple of decent sized farms per bastion fort, and these are buried. This is the very top with stuff still growing over it, so it probably most likely goes down 6 or 7 stories, each one of these macro structures, 6 or 7 stories of straight geopolymer down all the way. It's really fascinating. I want to see this thing get excavated.
How such vast structures could be hidden so well is beyond me, but they clearly put quite a lot of effort into covering up all these star forts over the entirety of the globe. And as you can see there, these ones are fairly loosely scattered. This is in Saransk, this is over to the east, but they will form a sort of cohesive defensive line as we get further in. You can see here that they almost show a border, or like I said, a defensive line. So if we just look here, we will go one by one on all of these. Some of them are not that spectacular, and some of them are absolutely mind-blowing. And this would obviously be one of the less spectacular ones. Well, when I say less spectacular, it's still pretty interesting to me. We can see the remains of some structures here. The right angles are a dead giveaway, but as with most of these ancient star forts, what sits in its place completely obfuscates the true history of the area. We'll move on quickly. I've not looked at this Google Earth, this Google Earth in a couple of months now, so a lot of these I've forgotten about. But here we can see, covered up extremely well. It's a rectangular structure, but there you can make out the remains there, a massive star fortress. And the people living in this farm probably have no idea that they sit on the edges of these giant earthen ramparts. Again, the idea behind these videos was I spent hours pouring over these maps, and I feel like a few of these, if not a lot of them, will be relatively unknown to people in the West. We have here, not too far from the other one, another massive star fort. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 petals. When I say massive, it's massive in modern terms, but compared to some of these structures that were built by our ancestors, it's a relatively small structure. And consider for a second the amount of man hours, the amount of time, the amount of excavation needed just to create the small star forts that we have seen already. And when you add them up to the amount that you seen on my map a minute ago, it's absolutely mind-blowing, the effort and the man hours that went into constructing these. Podlesnoy. And I've got the old plan for the old fort, but today you cannot make out very much other than this giant petal here. And if you extrapolate the size of that petal, what we know about star forts, you can see that this would have been an absolutely massive one. And once again, they are often at the site of water, however, the river has since dried up. Whether that's deliberate, we would be left guessing. Another thing that's common in all of these areas is what I believe is signs of bombardment. I'll make a separate video on that in the future, but almost every single one of these areas, everywhere along the northern coast of our planet is absolutely pockmarked with signs of bombs. We have Ushansky Star Fortress. And again, not much to look at today, but you can just about make out the remains of one of the readouts. This would not be quite the full Star Fortress in itself, a tiny wee Star Fortress by our standards, but that would be a readout. One of the smaller defensive structures next to the larger Star Fort, and the larger Star Fort would have, as you can see by the water, it's no hard. Some of these are found literally just by looking for sources of water. The original Star Fort would have sat somewhere along here. In fact, you can still sort of make it out. But again, moving on quickly, my hope is that you guys will sit and Google these and look at them on the maps for yourself, because it's one of my favourite things to do, is just sit and look at maps. The things you find are mind-blowing, especially if it's 4 in the morning and you've been up far too long. Not written anything about this, 1.267. But again, you can just about make it the remains of an ancient structure. Massive, massive right angles, which I don't believe nature creates. Next to the source of water again. And next to reservoirs, which I'm sure historians would tell us are modern. What do we have here? Flow. Again, a massive, this one looks octagonal. A massive star fortress. And some of these are covered up so exceedingly well that you can barely make them out. You need to piece old maps together, old documents, old drawings, old accounts. But when we get to areas like this, it's pretty easy to find star fortresses, because they exist near almost every single body of water on this planet. And we have here an old wooden fortress, an old grey post, which today leaves us no many signs of its existence. We'll keep moving on. Like I said, I'll show you every single one of these so you can decide for yourself what is going on. 0.230. I had a couple of pictures saved there, but if we look today, we can see quite clearly not only a massive square star fortress, massive earthen mounds, which today hold nothing but trees. As you can see, nothing but trees. But a massive circle, which is almost perfect. And I don't know about you, but I would absolutely love to know the true history of these areas. I believe here, that's probably been another fortress as well. In fact, when you zoom out, it becomes fairly obvious that was nothing more than another fortress. And the same here. Another fortress, or the remains of another fortress. And I believe what we're looking at here is no big gardens, there are no farms or community gardens or whatever you want to call them. That's the remains of the old city. The remains of the old city that has since perished. And features such as this are, again, remains of defensive structures, which from the ground you would have absolutely no clue noticing. The same with these areas. Quite clearly, there once upon a time sat a body of water in there, and that was a moat. But we'll carry on quickly. I don't want to spend too much time on any single one of these. What is this one? What have we got here? Giant circles. And I have found hundreds of these over the entirety of the Eurasian continent. No history or explanation as to what they were, but you can quite clearly see for yourself the effort that would have been in creating these is staggering. Massive amounts of effort, massive amounts of earth that has been moved, and today it's just completely hidden. I believe features such as this, don't ask me why, but trees and vegetation love to grow in the earthen ramparts of these star forts, so these shapes are often dead giveaways of the areas of these old fortresses. And like I said, I would love to do a couple of live broadcasts. I'm working up the bottle to do it. If any of you guys have ideas as to what to do in these broadcasts, then I am all ears, because it's not something that I'd be used to. If any of you guys have ideas on how to do it, I don't know how I would go about reading your comments or anything like that. Please leave a comment. Please shoot me a message. I'm sure my email is in the channel description, but feel free to contact me at any time about anything. I absolutely love being in communication with you dudes. We can see here there remains of some form of structure with 6 points, 6 circles surrounding a massive central circle. And again, for a defensive standpoint, this makes less sense. I believe that once upon a time this would have been a technological structure. And again, if you guys want to, I think there's a way that I can save this data and send it to you. So if you want to upload this into your own account, then feel absolutely free. Now we get to where it becomes obvious. Krasny Yar, Samara, it becomes obvious that this is some form of defensive line. I've tried to plot it. it sort of sits along modern day boundary lines, but it moves around again so much over the years. But Alchemist Fortress, this was, if my memory serves me right, a fairly interesting one. My memory does not serve me right. You can almost make it out there. Have I got any pictures? Nope. But again, you didn't have to look too far to see the remains of some other weird structures. What has went on here? That's what happens when you have massive reservoirs and the people that take over attempt to dam them up or change the flow of the water. I believe in a lot of these cases the water was used as a weapon, and they had flooded and washed over a lot of these fortresses. That's why some of them are so hard to make out. So this next one is extremely interesting. The amount of man hours and work that went into this boggle the mind. So we have Alexivka Fortress here. The remains of Alexivka Fortress. I don't know. I wonder if I've got any photographs yet. No. And if we open these points up, we can see from here, if we follow this all the way up, it looks like we're following a natural tree line, when in fact we are following the remains of a giant, and I mean it, absolutely giant wall. And that becomes obvious when we see structures such as this. This is the defensive line, a massive ancient defensive line. That is a Starfort petal, just on a massive scale, and it carries all the way up. As you can see here, there's another. Some of them are more visible than others. There's another, and another, and this was created in a time without tooling, without machinery, without electric batteries or DeWalt drills or diggers or dumpers or skid steers. There's another, mile after mile after mile, and another, and another, and it carries on this way for miles until we hit the next Star Fortress, which if we follow this up, we'll keep following it. There's another petal, and another, and we see strange structures all the way, but when the people in charge of history lie to us and tell us tales, we can't be quite sure what we're looking at, other than when we see common sense objects such as this. That is very clearly some massive ancient earthen ramparts. Whether or not these structures at the side yet were anything, we cannot determine, but we do not build walls on this scale today. There's another petal, and another, absolutely perfect geometry, perfect straight lines. And like I say, how far has this went on for now? And we carry on following these petals all the way up until we hit the next Star Fort, which I will quickly go to. And here we have, if I can zoom in, you can just about make out the remains of another massive Star Fort. Now, what I've shown you has not been the most spectacular examples of Star Forts, but can you consider for a second the amount of earth needed to be removed, the amount of construction and work that has went into what we have seen so far? And as you can see, this massive wall does not stop. It continues on. There is another petal. And for anybody to tell us this wasn't an advanced empire that created this, they're barefaced liars. Where any modicum of common sense becomes blatantly obvious that once upon a time on this planet there was a single unified people, and because they were unified, because they worked together, we were able to create some amazing structures. As we can see, these petals continue. There is another. There is another. And another. And even more. Now look at how perfect the geometry of these massive walls are. If anybody can point me to a wall that compares to this in modern times, other than the Kitai wall in China, and again, even sort of pales in comparison, but just look at the scale of this. Petal after petal after petal, and these structures are perfect. And they join all these Star Forts up. Now bear in mind, look, petal, 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 it carries on. is modern explanation for these structures whatsoever, especially not on this scale. One of the more amazing star fortresses is Krasny Yar Star Fortress. You can see that today this has remained in fairly decent condition. However, I believe this is only a part of what was once in this place. As you can see, there is structures reminiscent of hidden star fortresses or covered up star fortresses, and you can see that carries on all the way to the water. So I believe that this was probably, as you see, with most star fortresses, there is a larger star and then a smaller star pointing at the bigger star. I think that's exactly what we're looking at here. But if we follow this giant wall even further, sorry, I'm not very good at Google Maps. Keep following our giant wall. In fact, I'll save us some time just so you can see. There is still petal after petal after petal. So how many miles have we covered now? You see structures such as this. Is this modern? This wall certainly almost 100% without a shadow of a doubt is not modern. Is this outline here modern? We'd be left guessing. But petal after petal on this giant wall, this wall blew my mind when I seen it. Absolutely blew my mind. And if anybody's seen this for the first time, leave me a comment and let me know what you think, because I went to bed that night and had dreams about this wall. We will just zoom it quickly. This wall carries on all this way until we get to the next star fortress. And just so you know, it's not the only fortress in town, but it is fairly clear that there's that wall, and here is a star fortress built onto the wall. Now, why mainstream sources, mainstream historians didn't want to give us an explanation for this, I don't know. Why the Russian government doesn't want to take credit for such an amazing history is beyond me. But that's the world that we live in. People make money, people have influence, and people control us for very particular reasons. If you ask me, I think the reason for this vast cover up is fear. I think they're absolutely terrified of being caught out. We can see here, not far from the wall, next to another source of water, is another star fortress that we can just about make out the remains of. Like I said, for some reason, trees love growing along the earth and ramparts of these fortresses. It's almost as if something improved the quality of the soil. If we zoom out, we will get to Chernovka. And what do we see here next to the water but the remains of yet another star fortress? This is a fairly bad example, but you can just about make it out there. And it sits along the site of this massive ancient wall. We'll zoom it a bit again just to get a wee bit of perspective. As you can see, this wall clearly forms some form of defensive line. And I could spend hours. See, if we zoomed in on this map and went inch by inch by inch, we would not. This is not the limit of what we would find. We would find thousands of things. I've not managed to mark everything I've found on these maps. But here we have, what is this? Oh, it's not, because it's not showing us. But here we have another star fortress that sits along this massive wall, or a redoubt, or you call it what you want. But you can quite clearly see the geometric structure, and it sits along this massive, look there, this wall is continuing even still. Massive ancient wall with defensive fortifications the entire way along. How much earth are we talking about being moved now? 1,000 tons? 10,000 tons? 100,000 tons? Without diggers. People with shovels. And it's not just soil, there's rocks in here, I was a landscaper for 10 years of my life. This is an impossible creation without advanced technology. We could not do it. Even keeping a line that perfect would be impossible. And yet mainstream historians would lead us to believe that men with shovels, and no very good shovels by modern day standards either, created this. And what we can see here, if we follow this wall along as it cuts off, is the remains of yet another massive fortress, which history or the controllers have done an absolutely perfect job of covering up. And this massive wall continues. Now, tell me this isn't blowing your minds. This wall alone is, I could spend 100 years studying it. I could walk the length of this wall, and in fact, I intend to, as soon as we're allowed out of house again, and find everything I can find out along the way. But I will just quickly zoom along. There's this wall continuing. Look, there's some more petals. And we'll just quickly zoom along to the next fortress or read out along the way. What is this one? We'll zoom in and see. Some of these I can't remember, so use a with me for the ride. And again, look at this massive wall, this absolutely perfect wall in a barren landscape. A barren landscape that for some reason has perfect lines, perfect parallel lines and right angles. Almost as if the entire city has been wiped off the face of the earth. But that would be pure speculation, and the people we're up against love speculation, because any speculation can lead to false claims, and they tear us to shreds for pointing out anything wrong. What they can't tear us to shreds for is telling them that this wall could not be created in modern times, and it definitely couldn't be created without the use of advanced technology. Even the mathematics involved in creating this wall are staggering. And it continues. So, like I say, we will zoom out and we will look at the next one along this massive wall. We have here nothing much. What do we have here? Oh, another star fort. And you can just about make it the petal here. But again, how many tons of earth are we into now? This is human history that is being covered up. This is the history of people, and it's on our backs to reclaim it. It would be so easy to let all of this slip into obscurity, but we cannot and we must not allow that to happen. And again, you can see here, like I said, the trees love growing along it. Massive geometric structure, but what's that here? That is a star fort petal. You'll have to excuse me 2 seconds, guys. I've got cats going crazy again. 2 minutes. It wasn't too bad. They chilled themselves. That if you hear noise in the background of these videos, I have not only got a 2-year-old kid, I have 4 cats. Used to have 5. 4 cats, a husky and a labradoodle. Because if we don't share our lives with things we love, what is the point? This, I could find no information about. I remember this one, but it's another beautiful star fort, another perfect star fort, which would have taken a staggering amount of effort to create. And to modern day interpretation, when we look at this is just lines in the dirt. And again, I believe that was a readout. This is just lines in the dirt. But what effort would have went into creating this? And what is the history of this area? How many people lived here, breathed here, bred here, loved here? And it's gone. It's lost. And it sickens me. What isn't lost, however, is this absolutely massive fucking wall. And you can see the geometric perfection continues. Would we be fools to speculate that these halls were the remains of some ancient structures? I don't think so. But let's follow our giant perfect wall. Look at the distance between these two. So we need to create this giant structure and this giant wall. We have the man-hours. Didn't even worry about it. We've got the man-hours to create this as well. Another ancient fortress. I don't believe what they're telling us for 1 second. And the history of the people in this area, like I say again, look here. Does that look like nature could have created the lines? Could have easily been planted, but I've said it before, trees for some reason love to grow along these structures. We can see the petals here are beginning to show their age a wee bit. Trees are growing along them, but they are still fairly obvious for what they are. We will carry on this massive wall until we reach the next star fortress, or until we see what pops up next. Conductor Creepost, Conductor Star Fortress, and today we can see, even in 2021, or whenever this picture was taken out of a plane window, a giant star fortress. A giant star fortress that sits along our perfect giant walls. These perfect giant walls would also serve as an absolutely perfect way to transfer power, but again, pure speculation. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's how it looks in the snow. The The snow shows it for what it is. Not that you can't see when you take a picture of a plane. And we will carry on. This whole area, you don't need to be a genius to know that nature doesn't create lines like this, but it's so easy for naysayers and bootlickers to claim that they were planted. So we'll ignore these, we'll ignore them for what they are, and we will carry along until we get to Andreevka. And here, sitting on our absolutely perfect wall, again, still straight lines. We are now, how many miles are we at now, people? And we must be in the hundreds of thousands of tons of earth moved. We must be in the hundreds of thousands of man hours. There isn't enough time in the day, enough time in the year, enough years in the millennia to create these structures unless your history stretches back far further than we are told. And another absolutely perfect geometric star fortress. And like I say, think about where we started. We will keep going along our massive perfect wall. Consider for a second how long it would take to walk the length of this wall, never mind to create it. And to create it in a time without electric power tools or heavy machinery. Petal after petal after petal. And also consider for a second the need to build such a wall. Unless the threat is severe, you don't go to lengths like this. And the Zungarian tribes, we'll call them Zungarian tribes, I think everybody knows, they still exist on the face of this earth today, and they are still just as cruel in their intent towards us, but the need was there. Another petal that leads to, I don't know if you can quite make that out, the tip of another massive star fortress. We can see where it once lay. And all of these sites sit along the same defensive wall. Here is another petal. And these people living in these towns will probably not even have any idea that they are a couple of 100 meters away from something of such historical significance. And that is because they're not told that it is historically significant. But we'll keep following our perfect ancient wall. Weathered remains another star fortress there. Keep following it. I just want to show you this wall for a second again. Think about where we started off. Still absolutely geometrically perfect. Now, I believe here, look at the water. I believe here was the site of another massive star fortress. This here being nothing more. Being an absolutely perfect structure which required thousands of man hours and thousands of tons of earth moved. But I believe again it was the smaller structure on a much larger design. Because for some reason, don't ask me why, they put sports fields on a lot of these star fortresses. A lot of the times you can look at a map, find these sports fields, these tracks, and with a wee bit of critical thinking and observation, you find a star fortress. But nevertheless, we'll carry on looking at our perfect wall. We'll keep following it. Look at this. Still going strong. And also the same line that they used to carry modern day power lines, but that has surely got to just be a coincidence. The ancients were not that competent with their geodesic surveys, were they? Another perfectly geometrical structure, but it could be modern. This definitely isn't. But we will keep following it, zoom out, keep following it, and we will see what we find. Just realised this has gone 30 minutes. I was intending this to be a wee 10-minute video. And here we have yet another star fortress that sits along this wall. This one has been covered up slightly better. Or lost the time a wee bit more. Malaya. But again, keep going. We're on a mission. In this area. This area is interesting. I'll do a video on this area in itself in the future. We see stuff like this, and it carries on for miles again. But we'll keep looking at our absolutely perfect wall until we see what we pop up to next. And this is the last I could trace this wall, unfortunately. It ends in Kichui Fortress. And we can see again an absolutely perfect star fortress at the end of this. Absolutely perfect massive wall. And although the traces are faint, there is still, you can see, this wall continued this far perfectly. And if I zoom it, I'll end this video here because I could go on all day. I'll pick it up at Kichoi Fortress in the next video. If you guys enjoyed this, if you guys didn't quite dig it as much, let me know and I'll not do anything like this again. This is one of my more, I find this more fun. I'm quite interested in just looking at aerial photography. We can see here, I thought since it popped up, there remains another star fortress, except time has been less kind to this one. Time or the sensors have been less kind to this one. But anyway, guys, I'm trying to get out as many of these videos as I can, but at the same time, I'm not going to rush them away. I will give you guys good videos, but I get excited to get carried away. If you guys enjoyed this, let me know, and I will do plenty more of them because, as you can see, I have plenty more to show you. But anyway, guys, until next time, I hope you enjoyed this video. I'll get uploaded as soon as I can, and peace.
And all right, so that was the first episode of the Great Wall of Tartaria by Olaf the Sverker. And what I was showing there is a couple of essentially Magrav coils, but a bit different design than the Keshi blueprints, my own couple of alterations to them, and that they were connected to the Lion reactor that I was also showing there, that is an iron-centered ferrite core surrounded with aluminum foil, surrounded by several windings of copper solenoid wire around it, as well as then a zinc sheet plate and aluminum plate in between the copper solenoid coils around the iron ferrite core of what the Vega experiments and MFMP, Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, Bob Greenyear's work called the Lion reactor. And so that was not ever plugged into electricity, but it was reacting in the monoatomics, and there was electrolysis reaction going on in that jar that it came from, with an anode and cathode going in, the Magrav coil being the cathode on it that produces a whole bunch of hydrogen. The anode, I used a copper-coated iron scrubby, and that's what I was trying to get out and take samples of the nanocrystals and nanotubes and layers of ormus and GANs that formed out of that copper iron scrubby, but it's disintegrated. It's just so delicate, it's very hard. But I got a little bit of samples out of maybe 1% total out of the 100% overall structure of the thing. All good. Now it's settling down on the left pickle jar with the zinc anode still connected, powered into that left pickle jar, and the right cathode being the copper double Magrav solenoid coil. It's too blurry to see there, but that's the left pickle jar, left of Kermit the Frog there, and you can see the yellow-green wire behind Kermit going into that jar still plugged in. And then the new jar to the right, to center, that it's completely sealed, no electricity at all going in, and that I hopefully caught a bit on camera that as I exposed that Lion reactor and the Magrav coil in the nano layered reactive transmutational state that the copper was in and that the Lion reactor was in from being immersed in the other monoatomics and then put into this new jar, instantly started to react, and you see this cloud of monoatomics now forming and organizing within this jar, and that all the copper, as soon as it, on the Maggrav coils, as soon as it hit that water, it turned pure white. And I do believe I was able to get the video that showed the copper instantly all turn white, pure white, hard white, and then the same copper Maggrav coils that were not submerged in that water still there, remaining the normal copper bronzish color. And no electricity at all being added to it, just salt from one salt water to another, and yet it has such insane reactive reactions. Quite fascinating stuff. All right, so we are going to go now to the Ukrainian side of this wall, the Great Wall of
Hello again,
Tartaria
everybody.
and star
I
forts.
thought we could take a look at some Ukrainian star forts now. I may as well get through these whilst I have some time. The kids staying with my mum, so I have a wee bit of free time on my hands. And this time we're, like I said, we're in Ukraine, and I thought we would work our way down this defensive line this time. Once again, I've not planned this video out in the slightest. However, we
Sadly,
will
most
Stay a
of
few
these
interesting
star
things.
forts and walls are
Start
on the
off with just a
contact
here, not
line
quite on the defensive
of
line,
the
but we
war
may as
right
well
now,
get it
but
out of the way.
hopefully,
We can see
well,
the
that's why we got to
big
document
remains
it.
of an ancient star fort that is, again, has been more or less flattened by this point in time. With what a certain new American president has engineered in Ukraine at the moment, perhaps the beginnings of another world war. This might be the last time we get to see, or these star forts might be a bit worse for wear by the time he's got through with what he's got planned.
Amazingly,
And again here, we can see yet another
Olaf
massive star fort
predicted
on
this well before the
coastline.
war actually broke out.
Just about make out petal 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Shout out Olaf, the Stricker.
A massive star fort. Again, I didn't need to mention the level of effort that would have to be undertaken to create these structures, and I don't believe I need to talk about how unnatural this area here looks. I think I've spoke about enough bombardments and blasts, so I'll leave your imagination up to work out what created this scenery. Did we start off here? Have we looked at this one? Again, a more or less fairly flattened star fort by this point, but we'll get back to this defensive line quickly. As you can see, they clearly form a cohesive line. Or, when I say a defensive line, it could just as well be an energy line, like reminiscent of how we stagger modern day power lines and pylons out. So we'll start here at point 361. And today there is barely nothing that we can see.
Love you all,
However,
fam.
if we have a
Thanks
look
for
at some of
joining
the
in
old photos,
today.
we can see
I'm going to
that
be
clearly
doing more of the
marked as a star
pictures
fort.
soon.
You can just about make it the petal in these photos. The petals being here. Like I said, whoever arranged for these star forts to be destroyed has went into great effort into actually destroying them, with a lot of them being completely leveled. Point 281, and we have, again, barely obvious that that's the remains of a fortress, but you can see how, from an energy perspective, you would need to transfer it across the water. And what better way to do it than to have a receiving and a sending?
So I paused it here just to interject that in my Great Wall of Tartaria series, me and Campbell went in and we, on Google Earth, we tracked this canal all the way up along throughout from the Dnieper River here, quarry over on this side where the old star fort would have been, and then this canal goes up along parallel to the star fort wall. For about 100, 200 kilometers, just absolute macro terraformed to the max. It's nuts, no history. It's fascinating, and just quarries and mines where the big star forts used to be, and then buried batteries every mile or two.
To the end. We'll work our way up here and see what we find. We'll jump here first. And hopefully this is no sign of what's to come in this video, because there is not much there. And that is a field. What is it saying? A star fort used to exist in this area has been turned into a field. Like I said, I've not looked at this, a lot of the points on this map in sometimes years, so it's as surprising to me as it is to you what we're going to find. I think that's a more honest way of doing this. The more interesting areas I have planned videos on, I have done a fair bit more research into, but a lot of these are just some oddities on the map that I've found. A couple of regular circles, but we're back to looking at what looks like another giant wall. Exactly in the same style as the previous giant wall that we looked at. How vast would this star fort have to have been? And you can see the petals extend even to here. There is another. Now again, in the last video, this wall covered hundreds upon hundreds of miles. And I don't know if you can wrap your head around the level of effort that would have to be undertaken to create these structures. How much earth would need to be moved? And again, you can see that even though it's been built over, you can still see the vague outline of this giant wall. But like I said, we'll work our way up and see what we find. Sorry about that. I hit the pause button and never even realised. It is already 20 past 1 in the morning, and I was up at 5:30, so I'm fairly tired, but for as long as it makes sense, I'll keep trying to pump these videos out whilst I've got the time. Because you can guarantee, as soon as the kid's back tomorrow, I will be back to playing Mr. Incredible, and my time will be limited again. So here we have, I'm sure some of these points have moved, because I wouldn't have marked these on the map for no reason, but nonetheless, we'll jump to the next one. Like I said, there's little to no planning goes into these videos. I pick an area that has some interesting points and I just jump straight in. If we move on up, we can see the vague, very, very, very vague outline of another star fort. And if we look at the photos, we're seeing it on plans, but we're not really seeing it on this aerial view. Nonetheless, I'm sure there is more interesting ones along the way. In the middle of the field, another massive 4-pointed star fort. I actually fairly surprised that we spotted another one of the giant walls. I forgot that was there. Oh shit. And keeping on with the direction of this line, we can see another 4-pointed star fort. Again, in close proximity to the water, and again in close proximity to these crazy looking craters. Ugh. Sorry, I just realised I burped on recording there, sorry. If this loads, you can just about, like I say, it's just about make out the outline of this star fort again. So the plan is with these videos, like I've said previously, is to let you guys get a rough idea of where to have a peek for yourself. Because when I do it, I find oddity after oddity after oddity. Like I said with the walls, in the wall that I found in this video, there is plenty to find if you have enough eyes looking at it. Hopefully this video does to carry along this theme with completely flattened star forts. At least we had the wall in the beginning if it does. If we zoom along, there is in the middle of the field again another 4-pointed star fort with some odd mound growing on it. I don't know if you can make it petal 1, 2, 3 and 4. It was the wrong picture that's loaded up there entirely. So we'll follow this line on. And we can just about, I've said it before, trees absolutely love growing on these star forts. We can just about make out this petal and that petal. It looks like this was perhaps a 6-pointed star fort at the time. The peculiarity with this one is it's quite a distance away from the water. And what I have found when looking at these star forts is there's often a smaller star fort that points towards the larger star fort. So I believe we're probably looking at this smaller star fort in this case, with the larger one being flattened. So I've bought another mic. Hopefully the audio quality is slightly better. If not, I'll keep buying mics until we get there. Probably a small one of these side structures, a small Jesus, the word's completely off my list. It went from my mind now. I've lost the word. You know what I mean. God, maybe it is a bit too late to be recording this. Nonetheless, we'll crack on it quickly. And here in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of absolute nowhere, is another beautiful looking star fort that would have required an immense amount of work to create. And as you can see, our wall has not stopped yet. It's just not quite as obvious as it was earlier on. There's another petal. And you can see the outline of this wall. It just carries right the way along. With these star forts located almost the entire length, I think it becomes obvious at this point that another perfectly square structure. I think it becomes obvious that this was used in some form of energy transform, if not some other form of technological function. Given it's been covered up and flattened, the history's been denied. We're working on speculation here, but as you can see, there's that massive wall again, and yet another star fort that sits along it. And this wall is in the exact same style as the one that we've seen in Russia, just in a worse state. There's point there, point there, point there, point there. Absolutely giant, absolutely vast in scale, and almost perfect geometry, with these perfect star forts situated to the length of it. Who was the enemy that put enough fear into the people that created this that if this was a defensive structure, this was needed? And again, you can see that this was not part of the original creation of this wall, so I think this is obvious evidence, clear evidence that it has been attacked at some point. But there is another one of these petals on this wall, or perhaps one of these rectangular structures. And again, you can see the earthen mounds here. We really need to get ourselves a couple of guys on dirt bikes and cruise along these walls and see what we can find. And again, evidence of massive structures, but in modern times, it's so easy to cover these things up. Just rip a digger right through it. But again, that wall continues. And along this wall, you will find oddities the entire way, like these trees that are planted on perfect grids. Might just be peculiar forestation techniques, but it might be the remains of something far more advanced, along with these strange circular objects. But there is more and more and more of this wall as it carries on. How many miles away at now? And many of these craters. That right there is so clearly obviously evidence of some form of artillery, if not a meteor or a comet that has struck here. If you're in the area, I suggest you go have a look, because I'm pretty sure the metal from meteors is fairly valuable. Although that's not what it is. You'll find evidence of bombardments here, 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 here. I mean, how obvious do you have to get this entire area has been blown to shit? And these people probably didn't have any idea they're living in the remains of an ancient structure. And as we go along, an absolutely beautiful star fort this time that sit along this wall. This would have required an immense amount of not only work, not only earthworks, but mathematical calculations to get the geometry so perfect. And to situate along this absolutely staggering wall. So with the last video I made where we had hundreds of miles of wall, how many miles are we getting now if we add this one in? Of perfectly straight massive earthen walls. And I don't believe they were always earthen, I just believe the fortifications built along them were wiped out. And again, you can see petal, petal, petal. And the spacing of these is fairly irregular. And again, we'll follow this along. If this loads, and you can see this wall continues. Again, not quite in as great condition as the one that we've seen in Russia, but just as grand, just as vast, until we get to this strange object. And although history has been severely unkind to it, we can make out that this was once again another massive star fort. And you can see where the wall goes, and you can see where these earthen mounds sit. And to try and justify that as some form of defense or offensive structure, just it doesn't sit well with me. Again, the wall continues, and there is the remains of another star fort. You can see the perfect right angles there, and another petal sticking out. This is not a defensive structure in the slightest. And again, the same here. With this entire area, like I said, have a look for yourself and you will find some stuff. This entire area showing some bizarre scenery. Carry on, follow the wall. I don't know if you can make it out here. There's another petal, goes along to another petal, and on it is this rectangle, or the remains of another rectangular structure. With it looks small from the air, vast earthen ramparts. Again, hundreds of tons required. By the time we take these walls into account, millions of tons of earth needing to be removed. And we'll carry on. You can just about make it the remains of this fortification, this wall here. Apologies, when I use terms like fortification, defense, and it's brainwashing. I use the terms that the mainstream uses to describe these objects. I do not believe for one second that the purpose of the mainstream attributes to these objects or structures is anywhere near the truth. So we keep following this along, and what are we going to find? The remains of another massive star fort. This time, again, it's almost been erased by the time this photograph was taken. By the time this photograph was taken out of a plane, might add, because there was not this is not satellite imagery. So we follow it along, and we find another massive earthen object. Just a little worse for wear. And the saddest part to me is that these star forts, these fortifications, these structures, they have no name now. Their history is lost to time. The people that lived in them, the people that used them, the people that built them and designed them, their memory is gone. And we can only do what we can do. We have to try our best to try and reclaim it. But we'll carry on following this wall. You can see here that we're still on the wall because there is another petal. And obviously, being in Ukraine, it's not as well preserved as the ones in Russia. And perhaps after what's happening in Ukraine now, there will be even less evidence. But we are still on this massive wall. I've said it before, trees love to grow along them, so I believe we're probably looking at the wall hiding underneath these trees. I think if you went there on foot, it would be a wee bit more obvious. But we'll carry on. You can see if this loads. Is this going to load? Is this me? 2 seconds, guys. I'll check my internet and get right back to you. We're back. I'll have to make this quick. Mossad is clearly trying to intercept my internet connection, and it is going abysmally slow. Slower than it usually does. But we will continue following this giant wall. We're still in the remains of this wall. It's just become more obscure and harder to see. You can just about make out these sharp points that exist on it. Just about. Well, clearly here, point. Nature doesn't form these sort of perfectly straight lines. But we'll carry it along. Look at the scenery here for a start. I've spoken about these lines in my previous video. Absolutely bizarre, but we'll no bother about that now. As you can see, we are still on this massive wall. The size and scale of this wall is absolutely staggering. How long have we been following this for now? But we will carry on. And oh, there is an absolutely humongous star fort. Is this needed for defense? And as you can see, these perfectly straight lines here are again clearly artificial. More than likely covering up the true scale of what was going on here. But again, another massive star fort that serves today. It's not been conserved, it's not been protected, it's not been restored. It's got a couple of trees growing on it. Nonetheless, we will carry on our quest. We will follow this wall even further. Just about make it a petal there. And we will carry on our way. Still going. I'll just do a wee quick zoom out to see where we're at. There we go. Save ourselves some time. Like I said, my internet is due to go kaput any second now. And if we're still on this wall, we see some unusual structures here. Again, even more unusual structures. Just about make it the earthen ramparts, but here is clear evidence of some form of a fort or structure. And again here. But we'll carry on chasing this down until we see yet another massive, absolutely humongous star fort. So when we're taking into account the length of this wall and the amount of earth that would need to be removed to create this wall, how do we explain this through manual labour, guys with shovels? And how did anybody without any form of aerial photography or aerial overview plan this massive wall and these structures along this wall in the first place? And where are the plans? Again, some more unusual structures that, like always, there's a farmhouse sitting in the middle of them. A farmhouse more than likely completely unaware as to what they are sitting on, but I'll just quickly zoom out, get us there even quicker. I think this might be coming to the end of this line. Alexivkaya Fortress. Fairly well preserved this time. Well, when I say fairly well preserved, it's easier to see. It's not preserved in the slightest. There has been zero efforts made to preserve any of these in Russia, really. The European ones, or the Western European ones, at least there was some form of conservation effort. But not in Russia, or very often not in Russia. Peter and Paul Fortress being obviously the most well-preserved one. Just do a quick zoom out check where we are. If my internet holds out, we might just keep going and blast through as much of Ukraine as we can. Again, another massive star fort, this time with no name in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of fields in a wood. A 4-pointed star fort. Is this for defence? Or was this to provide energy to the people that lived in this area, or to transport energy from where it was produced? Or maybe even to produce energy in the first place? The technological aspects of the civilization that built this are not disclosed to us at all. I can't jump it a bit. And again, there is yet another star fort. This is Ukraine we're in, remember. But we'll carry on. And another. Again, just sat in the middle of some fields. Is this the end of my internet again? I don't know what's going on. We might have to call it quits fairly soon. 2 minutes, I'll try and get us working again, reset the router. Oh well, guys, as you can see, that's the end of Olaf's internet connection. I'm fairly sure Mossad is about to bust in the window any second now, so I better go and sharpen the axe.
All right, once again, Olaf the Sverker, our Tartarian brother of another mother, our Russian Scottish comrade brother. Excellent work as always by Olaf and the Great Wall of Star Forts and Tartaria through Ukraine and Siberia. And Doloms. He's also covered the Doloms. They're worldwide, but we won't get into that quite yet right now. Instead, well, a recap of Devon Island. It is an anomaly. It's claimed to be the largest uninhabited landmass in the world. Its highest point is almost 2 kilometers tall, 1,960 some meters. It looks like it's terraformed on just a gigantic, gargantuan, macroscopic scale of earth moving of these perfect canals, land masses, angles, pyramids throughout. And why is NASA there? Why is NASA claiming it's Mars? Why are there pyramids that we've never heard of but clearly existing in Nunavut, Canada, aka Devon Island? I suspect NASA is exploring these outer realms of the barrier to new lands, which most likely lead to inner realms or this Mount Meru, land of pygmies and giants. Supposedly 3 or 4 rivers going into the center magnetic mountain peak, probably Pyramid Peak, and whatever exists beyond the ice walls. Devon Island is a good category for the Canadian North Atlantic, northeastern approach, and documented. Just look at this, right angles, perfect structures, looks just like Iran or Afghanistan or Nevada, Utah, Alaska, Antarctica. It's this Devon Island, and that NASA had rovers, just like Antarctica, just like, what the hell are they doing here? What is actually going on? Wrecks of HMS, that looks like megaliths, not a ship. Crazy things happening in Canada. Devon Island's Wikipedia. And look at the Inuit language. Fascinating. A combination of like Arabic and Slavic and a couple other highly developed script languages. And what do we have here? Also looking, just boggles the mind every time. Where's the big pyramid? So this Devon Island, second pyramid here in Nunavut, it looks identical to what we see in Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, as well as South Africa. Around Cape Town, I believe there's similar pyramid coastal structures. They look like giant pillbox pyramid bastion forts in these Star Fort Citadel situations. Like all the terraces, the step pyramids, and the layers of limestone and sandstone, red and white, alternating. That is the golden blueprint of these past pre-cataclysm godlike designers and builders of our realm that shaped it, and do they continue to shape it? So many questions. All right, we are 5 hours in. My goodness gracious. That is quite some time. Still have 50 people watching. I'm in Canada too. In Rise Movement. Good day, my fellow knuckleheads. I hope everybody is having a happy Friday, a blessed weekend at BurnEye. We'll be back in 12, 13 hours for Real Science tonight with Thomas, Paranoid American, Jeremiah Liminal, most likely, hopefully Gerald and Mike, maybe even Charlie C. We shall see. It will be a good one. And 9:23 a.m. in Alberta. I forgot I do have a bunch more I wanted to show before we go, so I guess this is going to be a 6-hour epic marathon of a live stream, and I will edit it down into hours and specific 10-20 minute topic videos like Dodap Fort. Dodap Fort. This is a fort. This is a macroscopic scale built by the demigods of ancient times. It's recognized as such. It is Titanic Megalithic Epoch 1. Seota, also Pyramid Mountain Fort, also recognized, told to be built by the demigods of the past. Wow, that looks an awfully lot like things we've seen in Nevada and Siberia, and oh, how about right here in the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex City? And look at these. See, each of these are perfect docks. So one has to imagine the water line being freshwater, inland sea, protected city in these apartment building, half submerged in the mountain underground, but fully water paradise with like aeroponic gardens galore with the water, and each of these being big docks and the locks of it, and that each canyon was its own locks set. Why they have them dry today or flooded is because the flooded ones, they're covering up the major cities that showed too much evidence that, you know, they had to put it underwater, or the macro ones that are just too big, that if you had this full of water, too many random people would stumble into too many different entrances and too many footage would come out that it would be undeniable and unstoppable, and too many encounters with the ant and reptile people and giants possibly to this day. Or if we can come to an accord and peace with them, once again, vitalize and inhabit, our life on the outside, theirs on the in, possibly, if it's still going on. I don't know, but the Titanic ain't got shit on this. Like, you can't even send probes or drones into this epic city, including Solomon's Mine. But these are the outskirts of that main place. Oh, that looks familiar. That's like Hawaiian or Easter Island, or, you know, just that Titan giant megalithic size. Look at this. Perfect dome, step dome pyramid. Is that even metal on top? Get like a cave in, right? Are you kidding me? Like, wow, look, statue, 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 open gate, dome on top. Are you fucking kidding me? That is why you cannot fly drones or hike in these areas. Once again, straight box, rectangle, angle, circular, angle, 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 and like, look at this. That is why. That's just one. What do we have back here? And remember, each white is another temple top. Like, oh, Sphinx, Sphinx. Just wow. And always the red and white. Limestone, sandstone, limestone. Is that a Buddha right there? Like, guardians? Like, these guardians are everywhere. And this time of year specifically, the full moons and suns, sets, risings, and noons on these guardians, their faces get illuminated and come to life. Especially these solstices and equinoxes. I encourage everybody to try to get as many photos and videos of their local ancient guardians and macro megalith structures and cataclysmic cities wherever you live. Because look, right here, boom, there's another guy watching the canyon. There he is. And his buddy right there, big guy there. So this was the water line, or this was the water line back in the day when they had break the great mystery and silence in the deep forest or on the height of the mountain. Charles Eastman, Ohio. Oh, okay. That's a guy. That's like the Tin Soldier or any chief soldier. Look at that. Chief Warrior? Are you freaking kidding me? Is that real? This is what Drumheller, this is what I talk about in Drumheller. All of their mounds, pyramids. This is classic pyramid mound America, or Iran, or frickin' Egypt, or Montana. Like, this is all macro built. This right here, boom, polygonal, megalithic, dolmen guardian. Classic construction. In each one of these, the local legends tells each one of these is where a giant or a titan lived or lives. And I believe that they do. And then, you know, first the titan, then the giant, then the demigod, then, you know, the reptile and the rhino and the dragon and the indigenous and the regulars. Look at this. Looks pretty pyramidal. Oh, that guy right there. He's facing out looking at the stars. So is this guy right here. Imagine that. Oh, and then you find out that this is actually what the indigenous Hopi and Four Corners tribes people live in. Like these are temporary accommodations and homes and huts, and then the the first photos in cities, you just have these massive ancient ruins claiming that this is all Spanish forts, but yet the indigenous are well cultured, well put together, well, badass, dope people, like chiefs among their lands, and just showing the very outer temporary secrets, not letting white man or anybody for that matter in, yet alone daring themselves go. Like, look at these ancient freaking skyscrapers. That's all it can be. It's nothing else. That's why they're the monuments of the gods and the playground gardens of the gods and giants playgrounds. And so here we go, the Navajo indigenous. This was the Navajo city's unconquerable cliff-like hideouts and mud brick castles, and that they're acknowledged to have inhabited all the caves and walls. And then you have these things that it's like, are you kidding me, trying to claim that that is natural? That is ancient, fine, like mega terraforming engineering at its finest, as are these all around the world. Wow, that looks like a freaking snow-covered, frozen evergreen tree. Oh, what to explore in Montana? Just the ancient carved fort staircase epicness, and so more Navajo. The Navajo living in the caves, in the Badlands, in all of the structures. Here we have a stepped pyramid mountain monolith in Europe, England, Alberta's Stonehenge. More of these medicine wheels, they're called, but really they're astronomical calendar alignment, ancient sites. Here, I believe this is in China or Tibet. Once again, showing look at that resonance. Look at this thing. Focal point going down into the same geometry. That is a machine. What else explains that? Here you have the indigenous coastal people of British Columbia, Pacific, Canadian, Western Islands. Very awesome, advanced people. Canyon del Morito, Navajo. See, and to these days, I do believe a lot of this is still, thank God, treaty indigenous chief land. Oh, you're not allowed to see our big chief face in the Pyramid Mountains and the castles that we still, protect and have the rights to, because that is exactly what is here. And that there's the sacred cities within these places that you do not enter without permission. And you have the Guardians. This is Tolkien's Middle Earth once again. Europe, I believe Colorado or Utah. Navajo, UnMonetized. Oh, and then just their temporary castle mountain teepees as they're going back into their fortified sacred areas. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Indian ceremonies in the Garden of the Gods. So yes, Garden of the Gods, Colorado. This place is absolutely epic. I believe that they changed. Look at that. These are all elongated skulled freaking creatures. Look at them. They're aliens. So I believe they cemented them over the cleansing parties, whatever, the last crappy layer of facading of natural coating of shitty geopolymer cement to hide the rest, the sanity fairs, covering up the titans and giants that lay behind. Look at all of these guardians everywhere. Oh, what is this? Just on the top of some mountain and what? Like, doesn't even make sense. Once again, Garden of the Gods. That is macro megalithic. Is that an alligator, dude? This is in Colorado. Look at that monument right there. These are each structures with caves inside. This is one of the hotels of Garden of the Gods. Straight in, look at this. Garden of the Gods built into a hobbit hole. Look, a guy right there. Look at that lion right there. Boom. Garden of the Gods. You have a lion right behind the original hotel inn. Garden of the Gods, Colorado, the balancing rock. And look, here again, you can see the carved staircase up, megalithic staircase up. Garden of the Gods. See, they've now been covered, chiseled, blown up, or whatever the heck they did to sanitize them. This is original Garden of the Gods. So this, look at the guy, nose, eye, mouth, head, Garden of the Gods. Boom, right there. It's like an Olmec head. They found the Olmec heads throughout, like right there. Garden of the Gods. Is that a face? Face? And the building right into this. Look at this. Garden of the Gods. Oh, this devils. Oh, the alien structures. We have to burn them all and sanitize them. Look, is that an elongated face, chick? I think so. Garden of the Gods. It truly is. Like, look at this. What is all of this? That is officially apartments in the rocks. No doubt about it. No doubt about it at all. They probably blew all of this stuff up, sanitized it for modern consumption. Hopefully it's still there. I don't know, but I encourage people to go explore. This is in Colorado, and then you have the Giants Playground in Montana. And right here, look at this, all the way up, cut into this giant road at that early time period. Fascinating. I don't know. Like, what? It's just, look at this guardian guy right here laying there. Boom. Doot, doo, doo, doo. They probably had to blow it up for a road. Blow them up for a road. All the sleeping giants, they probably decimated them all. That's horrible. Or that's why the indigenous don't let us in to see them, because of fearing of that. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Garden of the Gods. Another pyramid lake. Pyramid Lake and Garden of the Gods. Right? So once you understand Garden of the Gods and Giants Playground in Montana, then things like the Devil Chute here isn't the Devil Chute, but it's actually Fee Fi Fo Fum's former aquifer. I don't know. Oh, Card and Rock Quarry. Wow, look at that. We're just quarrying out in Baltimore. Oh, just quarrying out everything. Looking east from the heights of the old quarry, note that Main Street is higher than the land on either side. Yes. Fascinating stuff here. Baltimore. Oh, what city did we dig out here? My God. Evidence of mud flood, much. Levy. Foot. Walla sheet 1870. Whatever the fuck that means. Digging out. Look at that. Classic, maybe new, dugout former. Wow. Wow. Crippet Creek Cola? What? What is going on in this world? This realm, the mines, all the mines were just mining out the mountain cities and giants' tombs and remnants of the past. This right here is people making sandcastles, okay? That is artificially constructed by children and 40-year-old virgins, where these were all constructed by giants epochs ago. Look at the guy right here. Boom, there's another guy's face, and it's all megalithic blockwork. Look, right there. Garden of the Gods. Oh, wow. Elongated skull, and that looks like the motherfucking Easter Island, but so much more. What? Are you kidding me? That dude also looks like he's got a face. They all look like they have faces. What the actual fuck is going on? Look at these giant ancient buildings. Giant ancient buildings. Like, okay. All giant ancient buildings. Giant ancient buildings. Faces, 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 faces. Okay, anything, it either got blown up, put underwater, or is still hiding there today. These things need to be found. Look at this megalithic freaking column. Like chunks of cement. Are you freaking kidding me? This is next level stuff. Like, power. Hello, good sir.
What's going on?
What's happening?
Not too much. Just enjoying some tea.
Look at this freaking battery. Looks like the Indian temples that are carved out of the freaking bedrock. But just the ruins of yet one in a freaking 100,000th of these. Like, how many are there?
Yeah, I caught a little bit of this earlier. It's been pretty crazy.
Like, this is from the Civil War, apparently. Civil War? Civil War. Oh, we just had a freaking pyramid in the middle.
Fort Putnam. That did look like a pyramid.
Look at this shit. They're all pyramids. Everything was pyramidal to begin with. You've seen it here first.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm looking that up right now.
Like, look at this cement rebarred freaking fortification and then just a dinky wood watchtower on top. But 3 arches worth of cemented caves going into the sides. Everything is pyramidal. This looks like they just took over some Navajo freaking mountaintop. Looks like some guardians. Looks like another guardian. See, here's the guardian's face facing the other way on this big balancing thing. And look at this caved in.
The donkey smiling.
Right? But just mind-blowing. Oh, just the monastery here. No, the monastery made of the only surviving mud brick building castles from around the whole fun
After
part.
I don't know, after coming across those petrified pieces of wood and looking into it a little bit more, some of these places that are carved into mountains, that sometimes I just start to think that maybe they were just structures before the flood, possibly, and they became, I guess, those carved out type mountain looking structures after the flood, maybe. But obviously that's just a random theory.
Very possibly nuked or like plasma catastrophe from the sun or comets. They do say that shit happened. Who, like, something fucked this shit right up. But then you have however many eons of actual erosion and life and decay and stuff that has gone on since then. Like, is this the sleeping dude here? Giant guy behind this, and like this natural amphitheater in Colorado? Like, are you kidding me? No, nature doesn't naturally make these perfect freaking amphitheaters all over the place. Look at, like, what is that?
Yeah, what was that amphitheater? Was that one that's still around today?
Yeah, like
Okay.
the South Park latest live musical Trey Parker Stone thing was hosted from there, and they like put like projectors all over the rocks and shit. It's nuts. I actually didn't know the place existed before seeing that. And this theater,
That was pretty funny though. I watched a couple of those songs. It sounded exactly like the show.
right? But that's legit. The, like, oh my god, it just, does that look like a dude right there? I don't know.
You got the Cowboys there.
Pyramids, CBS to the rescue, blow up some pyramids. That looks like a pretty perfect pyramid. This freaking observatory, or probably geoglyph site. This pass supposedly between California and Nevada. But look at this. Cart ruts? Like, I don't think so. It looks like Maltese shit. Straight rock. How is it cut through with wood carts? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that would have to take a lot of traveling over a long time, I'm guessing. Donkey boy.
I just wanna explore these places. Like, look at this hotel. Like, what the fuck? It's in a giant rock. Next to these things.
That'd be kind of fun.
Right?
Castle Rock Railway, that's probably gone.
Guaranteed. I think John Levi has won me over. They're all buildings.
I think a lot of them are. When I was traveling to Nashville, I was going past a site called Cave City, Kentucky, and when I looked it up on Google just to see what it was, for some reason, all these, like, I guess, cities carved out of rock were showing up on Google. I don't know. I still haven't figured out for sure if it's in Kentucky or not. I couldn't find any information about it, so maybe Google is just giving me random photos from other places, but
I wouldn't
know.
be surprised though. It's fascinating, and it's more places than you suspect. And this was official Navajo last castle and fortress, but it's like that's on the outside of all of these crazy canyons that like, look at this stuff.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Like kissing faces. And then, literally, this is the US Navajo, but that could be Iran, that could be Turkey, that could go so freaking deep. People could still be living there. And mud brick castle fortresses, I don't think it was the Spanish that built them. I think they just stole them and everybody moved further away into things. Clearly, people up there with shit on fire. What the fuck is this skeleton thing of that they're digging out? Navajo cities. Like, they all had cities that looking like freaking Leia Skywalker. Navajo multiple story cities. Again, like, looks no different than Afghanistan or Turkey or Yemen.
The Sumerian culture looked like they were like the same thing. They used to talk about how they would be on their roofs during the daytime, and it kind of looked like that with those ladders leading up to the roofs as if that was their main area of hanging out.
Right? Like, look at this thing, how it's just decimated and probably thousands of years old.
I got a cat hair on my glasses.
The steps up to like one of the cities. Look at all of the Navajo girls have the hair like that. The gate up to a certain city. This city, I guess that was the stairs up. So a lot of this still is native land, and then the other parts are like government and army land and inaccessible and no-go zones. And man, this is Turkey, Cappadocia.
Turkey. They found so many sites in Turkey too that are just like Cappadocia, miles and miles apart, and a lot of them are connected by tunnels underground too. That
right?
I forget how long the longest one was, but I think it was like maybe 80 miles underground or 60 miles underground, connecting the two cities.
Yeah, and it's all stuff like this. These like apartment buildings, essentially. Like, it's nuts.
Because they talk about Daring being this massive underground city, but they found other sites too that are even bigger than Daring
No mud flood here at all.
It's just weird because I don't know.
Right? Look, so the Navajo women's hairs, and then these chick statues.
Where's that? Where's that at? Do you have any idea?
I do not.
It's weird because this is random, but it kind of reminds me of a depiction of a ram, I guess, the way that the hair is.
Yeah.
For some reason, ram symbology is important to history.
And like, this is Peru or Bolivia. Macro terraforming of it all.
I'm going to have to join and come back. It froze for me. I'll be right back.
Okay. Thanks for joining. Tehaneaku. The Sun Temple in Tehaneaku. I believe that's on the next to Lake Titicaca and Pumapunku. Look at these crazy ruins on top of the high Andes plains next to that lake, Titicaca, which is just huge. Oh, there we go. So, oops. What font is it showing? What the hell? Wrong picture.
Looks like it looks like you're showing that replica, a leaded replica building in Japan. That they
Weird
claim is
that
just...
it froze on that. Let's see if it will. This stuff is fascinating. The Pumapunku, Teotihuacan stuff. Like, so this is in between Bolivia and Peru. These are straight macro megaliths, and digging them out of the ground. Look at these ladders. This is when they were first found, and at such high elevation, it's absolutely insane what would be able to have destroyed these and then buried them so deeply. Like these entire mountains made of this polygonal geopolymer macro megalithic. Like, look at that fucking thing.
Yeah, that's huge. Sarcophagus.
This is in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, you got the... It looks like you have the Star of Ishtar right there on that backside of that one.
Right? And then, like... This stuff is just nuts. This is in Vietnam or Laos or something. So Thailand, maybe. They have it everywhere there.
Fractal. Yeah, that plane of jars thing. I think it's in Laos. That's
Laos?
Yeah, with the giant jars, I guess. Have you heard about that before?
Yeah. Exactly. I've got a few pictures of them in here somewhere. Oh, how they destroyed the ancient, awesome water-carrying infrastructure for a road highway. This one is like the best evidence. Look at how old and dilapidated this fucker is. Completely buried, water level. Oh, we dug it out and found this. Yeah. We didn't know that we built that.
We didn't take records back then, apparently.
We right? Like we didn't have it in the drawings of it, and didn't know that it existed, and don't know that we built it, and we built this right here. We built this, in the 1800s. 1880. Look at this. 1880. Yeah, it was just like some water. Just some water, man. Oh, wait, no, an entire freaking underground complex of several stories.
Probably even deeper than that.
Right?
Especially if that's in India, there's tons of examples of stuff like that in India.
Right? Like, who knows how low she goes? Good old Utah. We didn't know that. We barely even thought this existed, yet alone this, or then all of this. Like, what? And that there's a door behind here. Oh, shitty pixelation. Here we go. Oh yeah, because it was originally at this level, and then they found this one, and then a whole underground or so.
Trying to find a map of one of these cities in Turkey.
Just like, oh, nothing to see here, or here, or here, or there, or here. Nothing to see here at all. Or under there, or there. No mud flood that ever existed. Giant fractal antennas. Limping. Bombed out mega bridges.
War crimes of World War II.
Right? Mega war crimes. Interesting. Like, this shit is just like, I don't get it. Already had like underground subway. Like
A weird building.
that literally looks like a Yemenis version of Quebec City.
This is Yemen. That's crazy. There's a reason that they were destroying it recently.
Yet it's Japanese Disneyland.
This is Japanese Disneyland.
This is Japanese Disneyland. I kid you not. It literally looks like Yemenis Quebec, but that is Japanese Disneyland castle officially.
Wow.
Oh my God. What world do we live in? The Pueblo. Yes, you know, they didn't have cities, but they did actually have epic freaking mountain cities and castles. And
Well, that's what they say about the people of Petra. They claim that if you look up any information about them, they say that they were just nomads. They had no cities, but for some reason they built Petra, and then they later on
they've lived in it the whole time and still lived in it to this day. And you know, some people are only allowed to go so far.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense because they say they didn't live there, but then in the same exact articles or historical books, they say that they did live there. It's just like, because they don't think people are going to read the whole thing. I don't know. I don't know why they would even waste their time doing that.
Historical fact expunging slowly but surely. Like, look at this ancient freaking cavern into their city. Like, roads just still probably these areas. Some of these cities might still exist, be inhabited, and not have any official documentation to this day. Look at freaking Pyramid Lake, Nevada. Like, this is in Garden of the Gods too, another house.
Wow. 1920, so they probably did something with that by now.
Definitely. Like, just freaking nuts. Yeah, there's the face on that side. The only that you see on this side. Look, 2 ears, right? They're anamorphic figures a lot of the time. Or just like Gollum, Goliath, stone people carvings. Like every time they're right at the entrance of the pyramid castles, but you never get to see the cities behind them, or the mountains from the other angle, or the monuments in the gorges and canyons behind in the inner ones. And then when you look up these places on Google Earth, they're usually blurred, or you find the craziest, nuttiest things you could imagine. And lots of people have gone missing. Lots of people have gotten picture of videos of what looked like UFO, UAP, elongated giants, Nephilim, you name it. Ant people and reptoids. I don't know what to believe anymore, because literally explain this to me. Like, that's some high-tech freaking astronomy symbol. Like, that's information. That's encoded.
Yeah, that's what, if I ever go exploring at some of these places, you have to bring a ton of people with you, because they will kill you if you discover something you're not supposed to discover, especially if they consider it a national security risk in America.
Yep. Like, look at this. Like, where's the center of gravity? No, that is a fucking monument guardian that was built there and put there. And there's probably rebar right in the center fucking securing that thing. But we're not allowed to see it. And that, it would instantly show that, no, these things are made from back in the day, like they're ancient as fuck, or maybe they're newer than that, but there's probably some sort of bar securing a lot of these, and it's because they're megalithic monuments. Like, look at these. Like,
yeah, that makes sense.
How else? Like, the wind blows, water keeps coming, ice each year, yet they keep staying put. How? Like, it defies logic.
I'm sure they have some silly explanation for it. I don't know what it would be, though.
Oh, I know. It's like, well, basically you're going on magic and wishing on a charm that nature somehow carved these laser cut cave cities because God said so.
Whale rock.
It looks like a
Or
ship
shark.
out of,
I don't know.
it looks like a sunken ship hull, but is it actually a rock? I don't know.
It's huge.
It is. That was Atlantis, supposedly. Like, what? See, they should be scanning for pyramids, not frickin' dying on the Titanic. Supposedly.
Well, that's the thing about the Bermuda Triangle is ever since I was younger, I just thought every time someone goes missing there, it's probably just because they saw something they weren't supposed to see.
That's a very good point, actually. That is a very good point.
There's
And
probably
that's
like
right
islands
on
in the area.
central part of U.S. Coast Guard that have been rumored to be straight mercenaries. If you're like an independent ship out there, they will just the
What was
storm
that?
got them. So look at this. This is actually an ancient dig out in Babylon area, and then someone put that big fake alien looking plaque in the middle of it recently, but no, this is the original.
Yeah, I remember that. Everyone's like, "Oh, that's crazy." It's clearly edited. What was that? Can you go back 2 more, real quick? That one. Where's that at? Oh, it looks Sumerian.
Definitely looks Sumerian.
I didn't know if that was in North America. I was like, "Geez."
Yeah, it's like, and then they dug down 4 more meters to get the rest of it. All of the pyramids and chambers with this specific resonance design. And then we get into Burma, aka Myanmar. And that is gold, and each of them are tipped with gold. And these are the most insane fractal array, like inverted satellite dishes. I don't know what, like they're inverted satellite dishes, bells essentially. And then we get into the land of the giants or the titans, because like what the actual fuck? And there's hundreds of them throughout Burma, Southeast Asia, and China. It's actually nuts. And look at them, and they're this is in Burma, and that they're finally starting to refurbish them, and that they've dug a lot of them out of the jungle and had to reclaim them, like they have with the ones in like Honduras, Central America, South America, and like look at them. What is that? An elongated skull guy there? Are you kidding me? Like, is that what we do? Is that what I'm seeing?
Not sure.
Weird. Like they had to blow up everyone's faces just so you're not allowed to see the face of the gods. You are not allowed to see who the creators be of our reality.
Wow.
Right? Like those places are called like the city of the god, this city of the god, the playground of the god, the giant of this, the temple for this god, the worship for that god. They were all giants. This giant is buried under here. We worshipped this giant over there.
Well, a lot of these places in Asia, the And even in South America, the people who live there now don't even know the original names of the cities, which seems likely that they weren't the original inhabitants, and
Big
just
time.
maybe they were part of like the mercenary armies that destroyed the previous civilizations, or who knows why they don't remember.
Right, part of the orphan trains of, or the homunculus of the local Jesuit labs. Put into the spots of the remaining crushed down pyramid mountains. Like, if you bomb the shit out of this, it would look like what you see in America. You know, like if that's all there is to say, I guess. Like,
well, thankfully, a lot of them were hidden by the jungle, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
During the bombing times.
And that a lot of them haven't ever been fully conquered either. Like the Beijing and the inner parts of like India, China, and look at these crazy peaks, pyramid peaks. Like, look at these freaking Titans. Like, these guys were like reclaimed and repainted.
Dude, that looks exactly like that Nike statue and the Parthenon, the one at the bottom. It's that weird material. I wonder how recent these are.
Like, look, that's one of the little, like, the big temple freaking pagoda thingies. Like, look at the size, like, their cathedral thingy, freaking, like, just boggles the mind. Like, come on, that is a fractal antenna array. If I've ever seen one, like, that's... Oh, you know, it probably goes down 5 more stories, but we're just gonna brick it all up and over.
Yeah, it looks really awkward. Looks lopsided too.
Totally is.
Marseille, France, 1890s. That was the location of that random world fair that they made a replica of Angkor Wat.
Really?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find a picture of it real quick.
Really? Is this it?
Hold on, let me look. I'm not looking at the screen. Could be. I don't know. It was in the middle of nowhere in France, and they
maybe not.
Did a lot of Asian cities. So,
right, like I think that these were in fact like you can find the picture of that Angkor Wat in France. That was probably just the embassy or like the Chinatown or Cambodia town of the area of France, or of like that city trading area. And what's super fascinating is, according to Fairham, these geoglyphs in the old cities, this freaking thing right here is the central point, and then each one of these angled roads out is what maps out as the geoglyphs.
Triumphal arches. That reminds me, this is completely off topic, but since we saw the arch, they say Constantine was the one who brought Christianity to Rome in the past, but on his arch, it doesn't have any mention of Christianity whatsoever. And you can look at the arch to this day. It just mentions God and other, I guess, like pagans, what you could consider pagan gods. It has no mention of Christianity whatsoever. So I just thought that was
fuck? This thing
weird.
is right across from the Eiffel Tower. Like it is pointing and reflecting energy.
And they got rid of the original buildings that were around that
Yeah,
structure.
they were way more epic and like badass like this shit and all in alignment and all like this sort of stuff. And right, so here again is the central one. And then like look, there's the used to be so much more.
I found a photo of that Angkor Wat if you want to check it out just real quick.
Yeah. What?
So yeah,
When was Angkor Wat even claimed to be rediscovered?
I think it was in the 17 or 1800s. I don't remember the guy's name who discovered it. But yeah, this is allegedly France in 1924, right? That we're looking at right now, and this was some of the other stuff that was there. So yeah, they claimed that they imported natives from Cambodia to work at the World Fair, and they had them carrying around these French citizens in these little carts.
Like as if.
So this is
As
1924
if they
France.
just found this freaking temple and were just starting to like cut the trees down around it and like drain the swamps around it. It's like, oh, we just rebuilt it identically in France at this fair that everything was destroyed. Right after we built it, we just destroyed it.
The guy who just rediscovered Angkor Wat too, he was just like apparently just walking through the woods according to his diary and stumbled across it, and that was like the first time he found it. I think his name was like Henry Marmot or something like that, or Mirat, or I think it was in the 1800s. But yeah, this was in a random town in France in 1924. I'll try to see if we can find a map of the town real quick. Here's another website. Yeah, it's called the Marseillais, France, 1922 Colonial Exposition.
19, like just how?
24 French colonies, one nation plus France. 3 million people came apparently.
Praveen Mohan on the case of figuring out if this was possible.
Look at that, 36 hectares, 89 acres.
Like that's no small feat, and like the water were like it just no. How?
Yeah, there's another picture of the Angkor Wat replica. Yeah, there was other pictures I saw of this where they actually did have the waterways built, and they had the ships, like Cambodian ships and everything, and they had the carvings in the water. It was insane. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. They had the little boats too. Open image, new tab. Hopefully it's high quality.
Like look at that.
Yeah, that's just insane. This is temporary for a World's Fair. Come on.
How is that temporary? Like how the fuck? Oops, no, we need it like this. But like look at that stone waterways that are all have to be level and just the landscaping, yet alone claiming the building, and just it's so fucking impossible that they claim this shit is temporary. They found this shit, they partied with it, then they burnt it down and destroyed it all.
It seems like it, honestly, because you saw the way the people were dressed in that one photo where they were getting carried by the Cambodian native.
Like we enslaved you, we captured you. We captured your land, we bought off your king, and he sent you back over, and yeah,
this is a perfect example of it right here. This photo. I'm gonna try to get a bigger version of it real quick.
Or they enslaved their embassies, enslaved the local population, and burnt down their embassies, maybe. Oh God, who knows? Some evil shit.
The entire narrative behind it is strange. This is real quick. I'll just show this where this city is. It's on the coast of France. So we're looking at looks like southwestern France. course, my computer is very slow. Interesting enough, Genoa's right here.
Witcha?
Oh no, this is south. Yeah, this is southeastern France. So
Switzerland and France.
So Paris is all the way up here, and that's where this exposition was in 1924. The city itself looks insane. Oh yeah,
Really? These are all
sweet.
macro terraformed cities too up there.
I just found this PDF while we were looking into this. I've never seen this before. This is pretty cool. I'm gonna look into this. Angkor in France.
Full volumes of Angkor Wat in France.
Look at this.
Like, how and what the like? Just each one that comes up becomes more and more impossible. Look at the megalithic stonework. Like, look at that on the ground. Like,
yeah, this is. Oh no, this is from Cambodia. This is Cambodia. So thankfully, I was gonna say there's no way. There's no way it could be this eroded in that short time period. Thankfully, that picture is Cambodia, according to this. It's good news because that would have been.
It's like, hey, I've got a tropical Cambodian island to sell you if you've got 100,000 in Bitcoin to send me right now. And
this is the photo I was trying to open up earlier that led to this PDF. But yeah, look, it's kind of like what you're talking about. You just have these rich. Doesn't look like 3 million people, first of all, but you just have these rich Europeans,
rich mofos.
Hanging out at this temple.
Robber barons and all their bastard childrens and in-laws and secretaries, in-laws and
Angkor Wat.
Can you zoom in on this?
Look at that. Angkor Wat as a full-scale replica during the 1931. Oh yeah, that's right. It was supposed to be in 1922 apparently, and it got delayed by some kind of conflict. But
like they're like, I want to use this for 5 more years before we blow it up.
See if we can zoom in a little bit, actually.
Or we have to finish digging out all the gold underneath and removing the giant skeleton bones and cementing up all the underground entrances and rigging the walls with dynamite and getting it ready for all the other assholes. Yeah.
I think this one is Angkor Wat because if this is France right here, this is insane that they would be able to plant all these trees. I don't think this is France. I think this one is France.
Yeah, that one looks like France. Can we zoom in on that one?
Yeah.
Ron, you do.
So, right next to someone's house, apparently.
Right, but then look at all the other foreign style ancient ones all next. Like, I swear this is like a ambassador area of like foreign civilizations and peoples and the League of Nations. I bet this is like the League of Nations spots. Sort of things.
I'm just gonna scroll through here real quick and see if there's any other photos, and then we'll get back to the regular presentation.
Ooh, I bet you that. How long did the League of Nations be around for, and what preceded it? And I guarantee that those organizations probably had leading roles in all of these fairs and expos and whatnot around the world.
It's a good point. They very well could be. The League of Nations only lasted until
and whatever preceded it, whatever was of the time fair of the fairs and expos, probably was part of the facade and the resetting of it all.
Yeah, I wonder if you can make that connection. between that organization. There has to be some sort of documentation about who funded it and where it came from. But I don't know. This PDF is pretty crazy, though. Well, I know the League of Nations only lasted until the start of World War II, and then obviously after World War II, we got the UN. I think before the League of Nations, it was like just some kind of international
cartel of royalty and pirates and barons.
I think it's called like a parliamentary system or something.
Right. Shout out to all the sleuths out there looking for something to do. By all means, find it. Let us know, because that would be one hell of a link of putting the past back together.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up real quick while we're doing this. I can't remember what the forerunner of the League of Nations was. I think it was that parliament system. But yeah, I'm done with sharing the screen if you want to get back to what you're doing.
So
that PDF was interesting.
That was pretty epic. Thank you for bringing that up. Perfect for in here.
Random find.
Look at these perfect canaled channels of the ancient aquifer cities. Like water here with the fountains and the parks. I can guarantee you any of these in these ancient parks and structures in the Starfort Citadel areas, all the old fountains that still work are still having connected into the original waterworks and foundation of the canals and original builders. And that the older it gets, the better it is, the more higher advanced it is, and that everything that's still working from the original is most likely thousands upon years old, at least 500-600.
I'm sorry to, I don't know, since I've been reading, I guess I've been reading Fomenko's book a lot to work on other videos, and I'm starting to just think that he does have a point with some of these so-called ancient characters being closer to us in time. For example, Rome, just different sources naming the same people from their point of view with different names, I guess, is the way he puts it.
Could well be. I don't doubt that at all.
It was called the Concert of Europe, by the way. The predecessor to the League of Nations is called the Concert of Europe. It says it was from 1815 to 1860s, and then again from 1871 to 1914. So
I wonder what's missing is the Marco Polo's story that you've done and reading text that accounts and the Tartarian and Oriental Eastern records of diplomacy back and forth. And shout out to Elkman last night with great point of how language as well as history has all been written or come from one specific source that, it's very suspicious and most likely giant portions are just lies, and the majority of what was real and actually happened has been completely deleted out of any modern conscious knowing, really.
Well, with your point about the Marco Polo thing, is that he was a Venetian. The Venetians are basically merchants. Like they're I would speculate that they're the same people that control the economy today, and they're not the Venetians.
I would agree with that.
They go from culture to culture throughout history, and they just take over these civilizations, and then
anything labeled Venetian, I would also consider to be Roman, essentially. and that the freer culture before that would have been the Greeks, as well as like the Byzantine probably, and the
The Greeks and the Romans called each other barbarians, strangely enough, but then they ended up cooperating to form the Roman Empire, because the Byzantine Empire that you're talking about was the Greek portion of the Roman Empire. So they would get offended actually when the Romans would refer to them as Greeks instead of Romans.
Right.
But for
So
Marco,
here's the thing: is what I suspect is that all of that official history comes from one source, sort of like the Jesuit Roman, from Rome itself. The Vatican kind of rewrote all of that, like Elkman was kind of hinting at yesterday, that there could be a completely different past reality, that all of these more highly advanced civilizations and peoples coexisted and traveled and lived amongst each other and like interchanged amongst each other on a very high advanced level for a very long time, over thousands of years in coexistence before that, right? And then something massive happened that destroyed everything, some sort of catastrophe only 400 or 500 years ago, and then this parasitic source was able to like jump on the hijack and the reconquering and genociding of the original spiritual and teachings of reality of Atlantis, of past higher civilizations, of golden ages, of catastrophism, as opposed to now this continental drift evolution reset. No such thing as a reset, but there's a reset going on.
well, I think he's right about the history thing, but it's obviously just one theory about it. But when you look at things like Marco Polo, for example, the entire book is basically him just going across Asia and writing down anything that would be seen as a potential business interest. It's not really based on anything else besides he's like writing down what could possibly be sold, what, like, just trying to keep record of all the possible products that they could use. And the thing about our history,
businessman, profiteering, economists, like just what intelligent trader would do.
and our history, according to Fomenko, at least, is all of it goes down to basically Joseph Scaliger and Dionysius Petavius. They're like the main sources that we use for history. And even when historians and chronologists come across information that makes sense, if it doesn't fit into that Scaligerian Petavius model, they completely throw it out and say that it must be a mistake. So, for example, if they're using the stars to date something, if they come up with a date that doesn't fit into the Scaligerian model, they will throw out the data and say it has to be wrong because this isn't what the Scaligerian model says, as opposed to just relying on the actual numbers themselves, right? That's why they have this whole thing, the parameter D aspect of it, which is them saying that the moon changed cycles at some point in history, which is the reason why these dates are inaccurate. But in reality, that doesn't make any sense according to people like Fomenko, because the moon shouldn't be changing cycles like that during that specific time period to cause this stretch in numbers, right? It's really interesting stuff. It's just, I don't know how they can justify not using the numbers that they come up with compared to just basing it on the Scaligerian model.
Right, like that's something that I've never been able to fully wrap my mind around either. That why I've kind of left it alone and not read too much into Fomenko's overall, but I do need to review more of it. What are your thoughts on all of these crazy mountain pyramids that, like, this is the moon pyramid, in Mexico City, like smaller than the Sun Pyramid. Same complex. They were mound hills that then got they excavated. They were covered in layers of mica that the Mexican government then sold off to business. There's like only one or two original pictures of it. I believe it's shout out Eric von Daniken, another, grandfather of ancient aliens and all of that and alternative history research. But the fact that mica is a insulator, but also like dielectric insulator that it's literally coats and insulates electrically, turning into like a supercapacitor, your giant macro pyramid. And then the fact that they found all these tunnels underneath it full of mercury and other things that straight buildings of real engineering and like macro energy. It's fascinating thing.
I think that there's more to the pyramids for sure. And as far as like what you're showing now with the Cape Pyramid structure that looks like a pyramid without much evidence to prove that it is right now, it's very possible. It's just I would love to be able to, I guess, explore. I don't understand why you're not allowed to go explore these places. I don't understand why research isn't being done. I think that's the most suspicious thing about it to me. So that makes me think that they are actually structures and not mountains, because for some reason they're silenced. If they would just
crash your drone, or your drone won't even be allowed to take off, or can't believe Rex got chased out of there with an Apache helicopter.
What?
Yeah, Leak Project, Rex Bear. He went up to the Grand Canyon by like where you look over the Isis temple there. He flew up his drone. This was before they programmed like the 5th generation of drones that it just doesn't go. You can't fly it because it's a no-fly zone there where it just won't even take off. It won't even power on in those areas. But instead, he had it flying, and then all of a sudden, I think you can see like the flash of like a laser beam, and then his drone just shoots down from the sky straight like into like the closest cliff, and like just crumbles, and like they destroyed it. They like literally destroyed his drone, and then all of a sudden he's like bitchy, like fuck my drone, and this Apache helicopter comes up from the canyon and is like right there in front of him, and he's like looks over at, I forget who it was that he was with on that one. They're just like, yeah, we should go. And then they're like, the other guy's got his like phone camera. He's like, yeah, because the spooks that I've been filming that are watching us for the last 20 minutes, like they're out of their cars now. Oh my god, it's all on Leak Project.
I'm gonna have to watch that. That's insane. It was just waiting in the canyon and came up as soon as they flew the drone.
Yeah, there was like the Apache helicopter, and then like a Suburban full of dudes at like the closest parking lot to where they were.
It's insane.
Right, but like none of it. And then the Azores, and I believe this one is actually, this one could be in the Azore Islands. These, I believe, in Siberia. Like freaking Pyramid Lake, Nevada. France and Switzerland or something like that. Like right in the heart of you. This one's Egypt.
We keep losing you.
I know, I pop out just so you can see the full thing. All right. Well, it's 6.5 hours in. I think it's time to wrap her up, as It is 11 a.m. here, and got some things to do, and then Real Science Tonight with Paranoid American. This is in Iran. Look at that. Pretty similar to, Central Park, Paris, Rome, or Beijing, or anywhere else. There. Another one. And another. Here we go in Paris. The Paris pyramids. Only to be rebuilt.
Very impressive, especially since it was built a long time ago.
Right, and so originally all of the main bridges in these cities had like multiple story buildings on them, like literal condos on each one, and then also that all of these side channels, some of them still have water running through them and still are active canals, like you can see, and then some of them are overgrown, but originally they were all fully active canals running water through everything. So you had agriculture, essentially aquaponic, hydroponics, and plumbing system throughout. And then it was controlled by locks at the entrance and outrance of the cities, as well as why they had the agricultural floodplains in front of them and behind them, and how they kept them sanitary, and just genius. Free energy. It's how their fountains still run today, that are still connected to the original Aqua Works. Beijing Forbidden City.
Yeah, don't forget the art of plumbing was lost somehow in the 1800s, early 1900s in Western society, because back in the 12th century, Marco Polo was writing down evidence of plumbing systems in Asia, sanitizing the cities there and keeping them clean and getting waste out of the city. Not only that, but some of the ancient Roman cities also had plumbing. So somehow we just lost that technology randomly.
And Iran and Pakistan, and that they literally existed for thousands of years. And look, here's the Mayan, exact same water canal systems.
Yeah, it's just like the Paris.
Right?
Got their own little Palace of Versailles.
And like, this place is abandoned now. Wherever that is. Like, for atmospheric electricity, even if like they're wax paper and some sort of foil alternating, that's battery capacitance.
I've never seen those before. Those antennas with the multiple layers. I've never seen that on the previous pictures.
They just somehow lost the science of electricity as well. And radio, frickin' telemetry, frickin' galactic broadcasting. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Seriously. Just, wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. I wonder if those buildings are similar to Japan, where they didn't even use screws and nails. They were just joined together.
Lots of them. It's the polygonal frickin'. There was, well, I guess, no, it was not IKEA. It was Idea? Polygon Idea? And Cyclopean. He only had one eye. You had the one eye to see and the third eye to the mainframe, whatever the fuck. Look at this. Look at this freaking wall now. 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 or 5 stories minimum. Just the whole wall. Straight canals. And then on each freaking one, like. And then this irrigation canal coming out as well. Oh, boom. Just gold giant titan again. Okay.
Where is this site
Like,
at?
is that an alien? Is that an alien?
Do you know where that is? Because I want to try to see if there's a
Burma, aka Myanmar, aka the country that the U.S. keeps trying to propagandize that we need to overthrow the military junta and bomb it and create civil war in Burma, where everything is gold and giants live and ancient pyramid fractal frickin' macro. What the fuck are these thing arrays exist? Yes, we need to bomb them for some reason.
I'm trying to find that statue.
Look! Here's look at this in the jungle. The giants, like, just look at this. So they literally existed beforehand. So any claims that they're being built now, no, they're being reclaimed out of the fucking jungles.
Wait, so that's the one we were looking at earlier, the same exact one that was.
No, this is
cleared of all
another
the
one.
trees?
This is another one, I believe. Like, they were all run down when they were found, and now they're being restored. This is in Crimea or Mesoamerica, one or the other. Actually, this might actually be by Chichen Itza in Mexico. Part of one of the Japanese royal palaces, star forts, again. Moats. These fractal ray things are nuts.
Well, yeah, I gotta get going, man. I gotta be somewhere at 2, but appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on, brother. And yeah, it is about time. 6 hours, 39 minutes in. Much love, Shem. I will be back tonight with the Real Science, Paranoid American, Thomas, and many more.
Have a good day. Peace out.
Yeah, you too, brother. Much love. And I love everybody here. Sorry, been rambling on. Haven't really. Oh, Taryn, Earthling. Sean will be on hopefully tonight with Real Science. Same with Gerald, Jeremiah, and Liminal. Hopefully can all make it. And Mike, Faraday Research as well. And that will be later today. Once again, this is the Nunavut Pyramid in Devon Island. Shout out to Ryan Elkman for leading us on to this, and Shem and Sarah. Yeah. Many pyramids around the world coming to light. And we'll see you tonight. Love y'all. Catch ya on the next one later today.
Yeah.
It's just Bernie! Bernie, just like last week.